From ashes I rise, dragon of I'm a dragon defiant, Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Giving sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide. Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Giving sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide. Loot boxes stack like towers of greed. Promises broken, they never concede. Pixelated lies they sell for gold. The dragon's rage too hot to hold. He speaks for the lost, the gamers betrayed. No respawn here, no debts repaid. Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Gaming sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide. Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Gaming sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide. Pawns in a system glitching away. He's the boss fight you can't escape today. Breathing fire, pixels ignite. In his lair he sets it right. Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Gaming sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide. Lavistro rants, lava flows, burning truths the dragon knows. Gaming sins he won't let slide. He breathes the heat, no place to hide.
And we're live, everyone. Can I get a mic check? Mic check. Hello. And welcome to another episode of Lavistro Rants. For those who don't know and are coming in, piling in, yeah, I was just trying to make this a 8-minute video, and well, I talk about things, all news about games and all that stuff, but I couldn't make this topic an 8-minute video, especially since I know a lot of history, and I'm very vocal about censorship. I fucking hate censorship. And I felted people this week already. So it's been a couple of days on X in my alt account, not Lavistro, totally not Lavistro. And I already got blocked by 2 people who did not like me, calling out the bullshit and calling certain things as hype. Because Matrab. But let's say hello to everyone in chat. We are live on the YouTubes, or the Rumbles. We got King of the Monsters saying meat steak. Forget meat cake. Sorry, meat cake. Meat cake gangs here. Hello, King of the Monsters 1954. We have Sergeant Garatina as well. Another, supporter and big time supporter since I think you've been here for a year now, right? If I remember correctly. Can't remember. But yeah, so I don't know how to start this all off, but we're going to be covering a lot of issues. Let me just this way. I literally have over 20 tabs open, and we'll try to zip through them, but I'm trying to give context. We're going to cover a tweet that the Attorney General of Louisiana, Liz Murrill, did. We're going to cover who NetChoice is, all kinds of stuff. And then we'll also give some examples of people who are claiming to be free speech, but they're not. Yes, I know. We're probably getting tired of that. I do want to make a disclaimer that I and I've been saying a lot, I don't like to do political things, but I'm going to get this from a nonpartisan view. What does that mean? I'm going to cover this politics from a nonpartisan view. That means we're not going to be doing the water made them gay. We're not going to say 52 genders. We're just going to cover the cold hard facts. So let's just go ahead and get on with it. But thank you all for coming. Make sure you like and subscribe, please. If you're on the Rumbles, share and repost all this. Share this out to your exes, your Twitters, your whatever. If you're on Rumbles, repost this as well, because that'll help get me in the featured feed. I don't really care about the monetization thing. I'm not doing the Rumble ads, but I want more people to come in and have a discussion on this. You activate if you're active in the chat, I will definitely answer any questions or highlight what you're saying, as I always do. And if you're on the YouTube, please like and share the stream. I'm not live on the Rumbles. I'm live on the X's, but yeah. Anyways, let's just get going. So here I have a Wikipedia statement. This is Liz Murrill. All right, I just want to cover who she is. She's a member of the Republican Party, and she's the Attorney General for Louisiana. All right. The thing I'm going to put out here why she's got so much support is she defended Donald Trump in the January 6th Capitol attack. That's what you call it. It wasn't really an attack in my view. I watched the feeds. It was literally a protest. Yes, there was people that smashed the glass windows of the some glass windows, and they were taken care of by their own people. They said, no breaking things, show respect. They called them out, pushed them out of the group, and then the police opened the gates and the doors and let them walk in. Some people were not holding themselves accountable to the law, and they should be punished for that by taking government property. The others were just walking in and walking out. No violence. But yeah, so they called it the Capitol attack. Okay, whatever. That's just my thing. And then obviously she sues the Roblox Corporation recently, but she's not the only one to do so. But and filed a child protection lawsuit against them. But here's the thing I want to point out. All right, Murrill and her husband have been married for over 30 years. Congratulations, good job. Great solid marriage. Cool. They have 4 sons. Well, they've been married for 30 years. Their sons are adults now. So my question is, why is she doing all this when she used to be a parent and she knows the best person who can raise a child is the parent? I kind of want to know how her son's behaviors are. I'm not saying I want to dox her or anything else, but I'm kind of wondering if she fed her children, her 4 sons, TV constantly and never watched them. I wonder how they behave and act. Now, I don't know. I'm not politics. But so yeah, she's a mother or was a mother. I don't know the right terminology for that. She's still a mom in my view. But she's saying things for the children. So she has all this stuff going for her to claim her statements. She's part of the Trump. She supported Trump. Therefore, the Trump supporters will stand up for her. But here she said in a tweet not too long ago, big tech platforms must get on board with age verification laws instead of fighting them using fraudulent experts. I want you to notice the language on this. I think Hypnotic was covering this as well. I haven't had time. I was trying to make my own video. But I got more things to say on it. NetChoice and the Association of Big Tech Companies filed this lawsuit. Oh, Mikey, hello, dude. Hello, the Goon Room. Continue on. Filed this lawsuit attempting to thwart our efforts to protect Louisiana's children through the common sense age verification and other mechanisms. That's that they are trying to prosecute their case through an expert whose opinions are AI hallucinations is mind-boggling. I will always stand for our children and against those real and artificial who would place them in harm's way. So I want you to notice some of the wordings here. She says that big tech sponsors must, not should. It's not a suggestion. She's demanding that they do this. All right, get on board with the age verification laws. And then she's called saying that they're using fraudulent experts. And she's accusing NetChoice of being an association with big tech. Big tech's a big chill word now. You know that? People keep saying big tech, big tech, big tech. I know, I'm not defending big tech. YouTube has its own problems, so does Rumble and everyone else. Why don't we get the planks out of our own eye before we get the planks out of someone else's? Just putting that out there. All right. But the thing that really got me was two things. Our efforts to protect the Louisiana children. Think of the children through common sense age verification other mechanisms. Now, common sense means like it's common sense is obviously we already know. It means why should we debate this? Why? Well, there's no discussion. It's just common sense. Like, don't hit your hand with a hammer. It hurts. It's common sense. No one's going to argue that fact, right? But where have we heard that before in politicians? It's just common sense gun laws. Common sense gun laws. I'm going to say that again. So already right there, I have a problem. I already have a problem because her rivals would say common sense gun laws, which I guarantee, since she's a Republican, she would have an issue with. And it wasn't long ago Republicans were limited government and all this other stuff. Now, before you say, well, the Republicans have always tried to censor things, yes and no. They weren't alone in it. Every partisan has ever been around, be it the terminology "it takes a village to raise a child" comes from Hillary Clinton, a Democrat. He wanted to censor Grand Theft Auto for the coffee shop mod, so that you can't really access unless you modify the game. Not everyone knows how to do that. Then you have Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, who wanted to censor metal music because she finds it offensive. And one of the people that were defending music was Dee Snider, part of the Twisted Sisters, and he's a Christian. When that put out there, then you got the Comics Book Authority because Batman was too violent. Then you got the Prohibition era, which banned pinball, arcade, billiards, and booze. And what happened? Well, as I stopped by and Hypno's thing for a while, because I had a little bit of time to show some support, the Prohibition era ended with the Valentine's Day Massacre, Al Capone. Yeah, it was one of the most bloodiest massacres. And after that, people said, "Okay, we got to stop this." It led to a corrupt police state. Then you have um, uh, the PMRC, and because she wanted to censor music, now music today has a lot of explicit words. Originally, it was just as an "fu" to her. Now it just became the norm. Video games are now free speech. They've been ruled free speech by Justice Scott. We covered this before. What do you think something like this is going to do? And another thing is, this can easily get abused. But we're gonna cover all that. So before we continue on, all right. And Bloomberg, she's quoting Bloomberg's law, which says NetChoice used fake quotes and citations created by artificial intelligence in litigation over. This is already wrong. NetChoice didn't do it, and I'll explain the whole controversy. But here's where they say the state's attorney general's office alleged, meaning they're accusing. They have no proof of this. They're alleging that this is what it is. In a filing seeking to toss the tech trade group's experts declaration out. So obviously, you can read it for yourself. I'm a parent, and I believe it's the parent's right to parent my kid, as everyone else will say. Age verification will do nothing to them. 1984. So most of us, go on Twitter, will probably already know all this. But here's what I want to say. This is why this is my main issue with digital ID, and we're seeing this in the UK as well. For example, Seen and Heard, one of my big friends, we play Satisfactory every Friday. We used to play the First Sentence together, amongst other games. He pointed out to me and Mikey this morning, I believe, that he can't enter certain rooms on Discord that's flagged NSFW. he would have to show his ID, and he doesn't want to do that because he's afraid of data breaches and getting hacked, and then his personal information is out there on the internet. So, lots of privacy. Every move, purchase, and interaction could be logged and monitored, which exactly is what. We had that problem with Joe Biden wanting to know what you're spending $600 on, or not Joe Biden, the IRS, right? Centralized control. Whoever runs the system holds enormous power over your daily life. So if the Democrats got in power, right now we have Trump, but what if the Democrats? Well, if we have someone who makes Trump and Obama and all these other ones look like saints, that's power hungry. You know, what about that? What if we get a theocrat, someone who doesn't want you to exercise your freedom of religion, not to believe in a religion? What if this person is an atheist and wants you to denounce God and says you can't? Bernie Sanders wants to get rid of charities. Let's just put it that way. So what if he makes it impossible for you using this centralized control? We can all say, "Oh, this won't happen," but people said 10 years ago this wouldn't happen. The age verification system wouldn't happen, would not be a thing. Databases, huge databases are irresistible targets for hackers, risking identity. And how many times has the U.S. government's database have been hacked by China and everyone else? Yes, just because I don't talk politics doesn't mean I have my ears open. I just don't talk politics. And how many of us gamers won't play PlayStation or remember Helldivers 2? Let's go with Helldivers 2. Remember when Helldivers 2 came out on PlayStation, right? And they wanted you to have a PSN account, and every PC gamer said fuck that shit because PSN was known to get hacked. We did not want that happening. Your data is gold, so that's why people try to keep their data protected. Exclusion: no ID, no access. People could be locked out of work, healthcare, travel, or even shopping. And you know what? I'm surprised a lot of Christians aren't pointing this out. Or I shouldn't say a lot of Christians. I should say a lot of evangelicals, because there is a difference. Because evangelicals will go out and say it's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast. And but because in the mark of the beast, you can't buy or sell, do anything without the number 666 on your forehead and your arm, according to the Bible. So I don't know why Christians are talking about that unless it's Matrab. Freedom erosion, once the growth becomes required, reversing will be almost impossible. Yes. Like, for example, it came out the Patriot Acts were abused, and it's still around. We had the War Powers Act. How many wars have we fought that was for American interest? Almost none. I'll tell you that, almost none. The only one I would say was actually part of our interest is the Korean War, only because we have a peace treaty of Korea where we promised that they ever needed help, we'd help them out. Because we were first foreign diplomatic relations with Korea, where we invoked a trade and removed them from their hermit kingdom status. Vietnam War, UN asked us to go in there. Iraq War, the Middle East conflicts, all that stuff, UN. Why? Because the UN controls the oil market. You can look that up. Food for Oil program. So Congress never voted to declare war since World War II, and those acts have been abused. The War Powers Act, the Patriot Acts, all of them. So that being said, they're not getting removed. And people keep pointing out, parents things. I did say my own thing, and I don't know how far down it's going to be, but basically I said it's like I'm the parent, not you. There we go. Excuse me, lady. Being a dad is my choice, my right, not your village. I decide if it's the village drunk or the village shaman teaches my son. There are already laws in the books for this kind of thing. You just want to spy on us Americans like a commie. But pretty much everyone's saying the same thing, right? But then I went ahead and I checked the quote treat, right? And we're not gonna go too much into the article, right? But this character here, Mystical Cat, asks Grok a question AI. Now, granted, I don't always like using AI for this type of stuff, but it does help, in a sense that it kind of helps you know where to look. It's like Wikipedia. I don't endorse Wikipedia because it can be altered, and AI can get things wrong, but it can kind of give you an idea of where to look for things, which is why I have thousands of tabs, because I'll look for something I wasn't satisfied, so I use what I found from that and rewrite everything. No, the allegation isn't false, and notice how it says the allegation, not the fact, not the statement. The allegation isn't false. Louisiana's AG's August 15 filing in NetChoice versus Murrill accuses the expert Dr. Anthony Bean of using AI-generated fake quotes and citations. So they're accusing them of using AI-generated content. All right. Will NetChoice respond? Yes, obviously. They did. We're going to go it. And it's not going to get thrown out. Freedom Fire 76, hello. So this is from the Bloomberg Law. NetChoice pulls expert after allegations of AI fabrications. From Jacqueline Thompson, right? But yeah, this is the article they were pointing out. But this is their statement they point out. We disappointed in a situation, but remain confident in our case, challenging the constitutionality of Louisiana SB 162. This was the first time we used Dr. Bean as an expert. So Dr. Bean, this Anthony Bean, was not a regular of theirs. So obviously, NetEase did not use an AI. Dr. Bean did, or allegedly did. All right, it hasn't been proven in a court of law yet. The trade group said in a statement, "We wish we could have had the opportunity to resolve this issue directly with the AG's office, and had we known of Dr. Bean's misattributions, we would have withdrawn his declaration because it did not meet our standards." All right. Bean obviously didn't return a comment. But one thing I'll put in here is, where's it at here? I don't think it's in this one. Okay, hold on. See this part I want to put in here. The Louisiana law urges the court to exclude the expert testimony writing, Dr. Bean's reliability is shot and proof is overwhelming. Now, I found that packet. There's something I want to point out that's interesting. So, I'm not 100% sure, okay? But this is the closest relation I found to Dr. Bean based on what I found in my research. This is Anthony M. Bean. I'm assuming this is the guy, all right? He's a licensed clinical depth psychologist, video game researcher, and the executive director of the Telos Project, a nonprofit mental health clinic in Fort Worth, Texas, which focuses on video gamers and their families. He has been consulted as an expert for CNN, Inverse, Polygon, and internationally for Garin and Geist, while also speaking on radio and podcasts at conferences in the United States, Canada, and Russia. Bean holds a doctorate in philosophy and clinical depth psychology from Pacific Graduate Institute and specializes in therapeutic implications of video games and gaming. Specializes in the therapeutic implications of video games and gaming. Basically, like, for example, PTSD helps veterans, right? It would be one example. He did not do that one, but that's just one example. He's working with children and adolescents in the use of video game character identification as therapeutic technique. Basically, the player and player character psychology that I will mention a couple times throughout my gameplays or my own videos or even live streams. It's something I believe in. He also has authored academic articles, books, chapters, books, working with video gamers and games and therapy at Clinic's Guide in 2018, Psychology of Zelda, linking our world to the Legend of Zelda series in 2019, The Psychology of Final Fantasy, Surpassing the Limit Break, Leyline Poaching 2020, and Integrating Geek Culture into Therapeutic Practice, the Clinic's Guide to Geek Therapy. Right? Why do I think this is the guy? This is the file that they were talking about. All right. I'm going to zoom it in for you guys. All right. Zoom it in. All right. Anthony Bean, PhD. And he claims everything is true and correct. And the thing is, if he did misattribute stuff, right? He kind of did shot his chance and kind of hurt, in my opinion, the lawsuit. Maybe he was being lazy, whatever. I mean, he's being charged $750 an hour to do this. He's licensed professional in adolescent psychology, digital behavior research and evidence-based mental health analysis. I am a multi-state licensed for my work in research. My work greatly involves evaluating the validity of scientific claims for academic, clinical, and policy purposes, along with treating individuals therapeutically. All right. So he has some experience, but I want to show you guys some of his court case files. All right, that he's claiming. Now, this could be the thing that's false or could not be. I do believe NetChoice should have made their due diligence on this. I will agree. But for $750,000 an hour, he, in my view, kind of may have endangered the case. All right, but he's been retained as an expert witness for this case and the following cases. Casey Dunn individually on behalf of GD, a minor, and Thomas Dunn versus Activision Blizzard, Infinity Ward Inc., Treyarch Corp., Sledgehammer Games, Microsoft Corporation, Epic Games, EA Digital Illusions, Electronic Arts, Ubisoft Diversements, Ubisoft Montreal, and stuff like that. And Jelly versus Activision Blizzard et al., Johnson et al., Activision Blizzard, Wilson at Activision et al., Ayers Epic Games, Courtright Epic Games, Browser versus Microsoft, Stairs versus Microsoft, Orelina versus Roblox Corporation, Roberts versus Activision Blizzard, James et al., Roblox Corporation et al., Content et al., Roblox Corporation et al., Freeman et al., Roblox Corporation. All right. Jasper Roblox, Jefferson Roblox, Martin Roblox. And it just keeps going, right? Now, we're not going to cover all this, but that's one thing I want to point out is like if those were true, because they had to, when NetChoice chose this guy, they had to verify his court case files, right? So obviously he may had some credibility. Now they're saying his sightings here are wrong. Okay, well, all right, so we'll go down here. Where's that here? Okay, so there's his sightings or his references for his statement. And apparently he did not do them right or something like that. It could be something as simple as he didn't use the proper format. There's MLA, there's APA. He probably used APA. They wanted something else because the lawyers had their own format, and they're trying to use that as a way to say, "Oh, this doesn't add up because AI." They'd have to prove that in a court of law. All right, or it could be something down here. But see, Fort Worth. So geek culture and geek therapy. So assuming that this guy's the right guy, he has years of research. He's been on several things. So while his testimony was removed, his background's in video games, which I found very interesting that NetChoice would use a guy that has a psychologist that has a background in video games. Why would they have a background in video games? Sonia Lisette, hello. Let me get the shouts real quick. Freedom Fire 36 and Sonia. Hello, Sonia. Thanks for the shout outs and stuff. But anyways, so this guy, I believe, could have helped the case out. I think even NetChoice could have said he could have helped the case out. But if he did use AI or if he wasn't doing his due diligence on his statement stuff, they're trying to discredit him now. So why would they try to discredit him if he's got this big stellar background? Probably because his knowledge could dismantle their whole entire lawsuit. So, but people like, what's her name here? People like Attorney General Liz Murrill, they're opportunists. They're Karens. She's a Republican, yes, and she's going after Roblox. Awesome. I'll support that 100%. But she's advocating for a censorship law. And let's just go into NetChoice. So this is NetChoice. All right. I'm gonna go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and shut these ones down because that way I can see things better. We covered those. Anyways, so NetChoice, their mission is to make it networks work to make the internet safe and free enterprise and free expression. Remember what I said, right? Anyone that says there's two things you need to worry about in this day and age. The government coming in is a Reagan quote. The government coming in saying, "I am the government. I'm here to help." That's one thing you have to worry about. The second thing that you have to worry about is corporations saying, "Your voice, free speech," because they're not doing it for free speech, especially if they're a political platform. They will always try to limit free speech for their own agendas for a price, nonetheless. Just like your data is valuable, your desire for free speech is marketable. They want that. So, not saying that's what NetChoice is doing here. We're going to continue on with NetChoice here, but I just want y'all to think about that. Consumers know the best products and services they need. Choice. The internet has thrived under light touch regulation. This is true. Granted, like here's the thing. I mentioned the story one time. I bought Sid Meier's Civilization, and one of my friends told me it's possible to mod the game. I didn't know what the fuck a mod was at that time period. This was back in the early 2000s, and I wanted to make my game look, I was trying to make my game historically accurate as possible. And I was looking online on Google, and I saw an image for an icon, a funny World War II mustache man guy, right? Oh, Mikey, we're gonna cover that real quick. Just let me get with NetChoice real quick, okay? It's the whole thing. Me and you've been arguing with these platforms. It's never truly free speech. I got them to admit something, and we're gonna cover it. All right. They're probably gonna. It was right before I had to go online, but we were still. I was still talking to these people, and yeah. Anyways, the internet provides consumers with an abundance of services like never before. Competition. And yes, competition is good. Like for example, I don't agree that Rumble's free speech. Now, granted, some people will say, "Well, free speech." Well, if you watch some of my videos, if you read the terms of service from Rumble, they are not free speech. They just aren't. They are freer speech. I will admit. I will concede and say they are freer speech, but they're not free speech. However, right, the fact that Rumble exists and is growing is threatening YouTube. I'm streaming on Rumble, Kick, YouTube, X. Well, obviously not Kick right now because their bots are pissing me off. And X finally responded, so we're working out my account and proving I am not a bot. So I might Lavistro 84 might return, and the chaos will return. I multi-stream so I can reach a broader audience, right? And all these platforms competing with each other, right, helps thrive American business. For over 200 years, American business thrive on competition. But a lot of these political platforms say they're free speech have the same terms of service, with maybe a few exceptions here and there. I never got banned on any of these platforms. I got flagged as a bot. Yes, you're on X, and X support is shit. But I never got banned on these platforms yet. I can stream sexually explicit material on X, which is free speech, but I can't say something hateful on YouTube and X. I can't say that also on Rumble. If I say it on Rumble, there's a good chance Rumble could come back and ban me for that because they did that to Nick Fuentes. He's apparently back, but he's not monetized or something like that. I had this conversation with somebody a while back. But here's all their associate members: Airbnb, Amazon, AOL, Discord. So you have a lot of corporations on there. But I want to cover a couple of guys. Mainly, I can cover all these guys, but I'm not going to because I have a lot to cover. But I listened to D Street, Stephen Del Bianco, the founder and CEO, Chris Marchese, founder and co-director of NetChoice Litigation Center, and Paul Tassi, co-director of the NetChoice Litigation Center. Those are ones I decided to take a look at, right? So here's Steve Del Banchio, the founder of NetChoice. As president and CEO, Steve works with NetChoice members at an excuse of NetChoice, well-known expert in internet governance, online consumer protection, and internet taxation. He's been expert testimony in 25 conditional hearings and many more state legislative sessions, right? But he's been on CNN, 60 Minutes, quite a few things. Like he's got a nice long resume of what he covers, right? But in the Department of Justice, he puts him out. He's a business leader. Where's that? I don't think this is it. But anyways, my point is NetChoice is a conservative group. It's a conservative. So when people say conservative, they think Republican. But we saw a Republican trying to go for censorship, and she's fighting a conservative group, a conservative and libertarian group. Which goes in what I always say before in my old X accounts. It's like, no, conservatives aren't Republicans. Conservatives are nonpartisan. They might vote for Republican. There might be some in the Republican Party, but there's also conservatives in the Libertarian Party, even though they don't agree with a lot of libertarian rights. They vote for the best person meant for the job, and they'll support causes they believe covers the Constitution because they want to preserve the Constitution. The choice, in my view, has demonstrated likely to succeed on merits that enforces Mississippi law and violates its members' First Amendment rights. They have a lot of stuff in here, but where is it at? Here we go. Del Blanco, this is the one. Del Blanco stresses his conservative credentials before the committee, noting he went out canvassing Nixon in 1972 and Reagan in 1984. He also noted that conservative voices tend to do better than liberal ones on many social networks when it comes to metrics like rankings, followers, and sharings. He allowed there an anecdotal examples of conservatives getting sidelined over posts that violate a business's terms, but at the same time, those examples undermine the idea that conservatives are being silenced. This is a conservative saying this. Now, like I said, I have yet to be silenced. But then again, I'm a small channel, right? I don't claim to be of any side or the other. And if you look at my not Lavistro account where I argued with Pickaxe CEO, and we're going to cover that real quick. I mentioned I'm a soldier and I only get to pick and choose what's under the First Amendment. But here we have Chris Marsh. She founder and co-director of the Litigation Center, right? He earned his degree from the International Law School. He's also worked as a communications assistant at the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, FIRE, which, if I remember correctly, is a conservative / libertarian group as well. So these two are basically the ones in that lawsuit. Him and the other guy basically overseeing the lawsuit with the Attorney General. All right. So we're going to close this out. Close this out. Let me close these out real quick because I can't see it. There we go. Paul Task, a co-director at NetChoice's Litigation Center. His expertise spans from everything from First Amendment and constitutional law to Section 230 and privacy regulations. Before joining NetChoice, Task worked at Supreme Court of Ohio for Justice Patrick D. White. Now, I Googled this justice, right, before we continue, all right? Patrick D. White, Republican. So he worked for a Republican judge. Party members will not work for anyone other than their own party. So they will not stomach, a Republican will not stomach working for a Democrat. A Democrat won't stomach working for a Republican. A Libertarian may work for a Republican, but that's because there probably isn't a Libertarian judge. But if they had a choice, they'd only work for the Libertarian judge, right? That's just how tribalists work. But he also continued working as a junior fellow in the Anne Wright Institute, a Libertarian institute. I'll point that out because that Equal Rights Amendment and COVID-19 measures. While in law school, he wrote student contributor for blah blah blah. So basically, don't judge a book on its cover just because of hearings, whatever. But he has a background and free speech. So you have two guys. Yeah, they're young and everything else, but they have an extensive background in defending free speech, right? And then here we have, to give you more on NetChoice. NetChoice joins a coalition letter urging USTR, to basically U.S. trade, to restore American leadership on digital trade. And you have it here, on behalf of the undersized associations, we wish to extend our congratulations on your confirmation as the U.S. trade representative. You take on this critical role. We share the business's community recommendations on advancing U.S. leadership in constructing digital trade rules that support American jobs, exports. Basically, you can read it yourself. During President's first term, you and your active support, the United States was a recognized leader in advocating for strong digital trade. So they wrote these things to defend U.S. businesses. So that's where they get the whole idea of big tech. The business part is big tech, but they also represent consumers as well. They represent both sides, and it's like me saying I'm not right wing, I'm not left wing, I'm literally nonpartisan, and my only choice is to defend games, but my only focus is to defend the free speech of games. For example, I may not like Dragon Age of Elgard, it sucks, but it's a video game. It's protected under the First Amendment, so I have to protect its right to exist. I may not like it. That's why I say it's a game that sucks. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to get political clout points for it. I'm not going to deal with it, right? I may not like certain other games that come out, but under the Constitution, they are law, and I have to defend it. I may not like hate speech. I may not like talking about sexually explicit stuff publicly because it makes me feel awkward because I don't usually talk about it. It's not meant for polite company. But those stuff are ruled as free speech, as I have mentioned many, 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 many times. So as a veteran who swore to uphold the Constitution, I had to literally defend things that I'm not comfortable talking about and things that are ruled as free speech that I may not like as well. I've always had this statement, and now I'm being put to the. I feel like I'm being put in that position where I've always said I may not agree with your right, what you have to say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it, and I have proven it. I have enlisted in the United States service. I have took my oaths of enlistment seriously. I have served my time faithfully, even though they sent me to a goddamn UN war. I went there under the oath of defending the Constitution. And when I left the service, when I was medically retired, that oath is still binding. I know some people say, "Oh, you're a veteran, Lavistro. You don't have to worry about it. Just sit down, collect your benefits. Don't worry about you're disabled. You've done your job." No, I gotta defend things. But at the beginning, I did it all wrong, as some people have. I went and joined a party. I went and did all these things and realized I was becoming the very thing I hated. I was wanting to censor speech for everyone else. I realized this ain't right because people were telling me that their concerns. And the difference between me and some of those people was I listened. I thought about it. I researched it because I've always came to an argument saying I don't want to be right. I want to be factual. Because if I let the facts speak for themselves, either I learn something or I disprove your position by letting the facts do it for me. And that's the thing. A lot of these people are opportunists. They want free speech for you unless it's something they disagree with, regardless if it's the Republicans or Democrats. And people say right or left, but for me, right is anarchy, left is totalitarianism. So therefore, the right wing of the government, the GOP and libertarians, they are to the left of me. Because what happens when they get in power? It's always the same. When I rule the world, we'll leave you alone. When I rule the world, there will be utopia. When I rule the world, there will be world peace. And what happens is, throughout history, is they set us in a state of aggregation against each other. That's just one little thing. For a perfect example of free speech. I may not agree with woke ideology, but as long as it's not calling for violence, as long as it's not slandering and causing libelous statements, as long as it's not obscene, they have the right to say it. Just like people who believe that there's a flat earth, they have a right to believe the earth is flat, even though there's scientific data to say that the Earth is round, right? But I want to point out just how bad this stuff is. So I've already covered this before. We're going to cover it briefly, but I got more details on this. So for those who don't know, Pickaxe claims to be a freedom of speech platform, and I've been posting this a lot when when Rumble supporters are saying we should go to Pickaxe because Pickaxe has Rumble integration. That's the only reason. I guarantee you, if they did not say that, they probably would be as skeptical as I am. The thing is that I always say, and people it's becoming so known that other people are starting to say this, as you say, Lavistro, corpo's gonna corpo. So if you remember, I said free speech. They said here, no algorithms, no censorship, no AI. And as they told me in a conversation, they have AI, they have algorithms, and they don't ban offensive speech, but they'll only illegal and pornographic content. If pornographic content was illegal, they'd just say only illegal speech. As you can see here from section paragraph 9K of their term of service, posting any information printed by the First Amendment Constitution, including without limitation, includes vulgarity, profanity, and sexually explicit or pornographic material. But they never answered a lot of my questions. So I want to point down here that this guy we did have a cordial conversation, but it was only after I mentioned something. He says we are taking a vulgarity clause out. They still have yet to do it. It's not that hard to do. You just take it out. You just remove it. You just erase it, right? So why haven't it been done? And that adds another question I have to ask. You take it out now, but in the top of your terms of service, well, man, hello. You put it out in your terms of service that you can change it any time. What happens if people start joining afterwards and then you change it back because you didn't like people dropping the N-bomb? Even though you said you allow hate speech and you can't ban them for the hate speech, you don't have to ban them for the hate speech now. You say, well, it's not because he did hate speech. We have a profanity clause. You can't say swear words. You can't say this. You can't say that. And it was like what I said about in my Pickaxe video. There was a Supreme Court case, and the Village of Skokie versus the National Socialist Party, and the judge said to the Village of Skokie, I would rather them speak their venomous rhetoric regarding the National Socialist Party than dictate to the American people what they can and cannot say, setting a slippery precedent. This is literally what he said. All right. So his argument here he tried was basically like the other ones, Getter and Gab. He's a public square. Then he goes, and you're complaining about censorship of pornography. You're not allowed to get naked and have sex in the middle of the square of your own town. So why should I allow that in our digital square? So I point out this actually David stood out in the city for hundreds of years with his dong out. Why allow vulgarity in your town square when you limit who is in your town square? It's clearly not public. You don't have to go to a town square and show your ID. War Maniac, okay, for example, just to give you an idea, to join Pickaxe, you have to be a U.S. citizen. And to get reach, you have to be a verified follower. And to be a verified follower, you have to show your ID. What is the main thing we're having with YouTube right now? What is the main issue? This is what I've been always saying about this company here is they require an ID, and people are okay with it. Yes, Daddy Corporal, you can read my ass, I'll lick your boot and call it frosting. But when it comes to YouTube asking it, they're freaking out. Now, I'm not saying we should. I'm totally against the ID verification check. This is what this whole conversation about is your right to privacy. But I'm going to continue on more about this. But so I said both, even if we don't like it, is free speech. So ban it, but you're not 1A. He goes, you would go if you were in public and take off all your clothes and get naked, you would go to jail for indecent exposure. If you're coming on Pickaxe, a public platform, and get naked, why do I have to let it? He keeps saying, arguing that it's a public platform. But again, you can't engage until you make an account. You will not get reach until you literally show your ID card. War Maniac, a Canadian. Sorry to mention where your country's from, but I think everyone knows by now. It's not Canadian. He can go into my town square in my city and not show his ID card. My son can go into the town square and not show his ID card. That's a public forum. No one's going to harass me and ask for my ID. Now, if they shut down the public square for an event, then yeah, I might have to show my ID card for that event because there might be things I can't see or whatever. But people paid to use that public square for something else, right? It's called filtering. His thing is literally platform. It is not owned by the U.S. government, so therefore it's not public. It's his. It's his private property, which I explain later on. He has the rights to private property. I say this is true, but you're on a public service. There's no children. You say 18, so clearly no children allowed. Children on a public square, you exclude people. This is not a public square, ergo not free speech. And then he goes, like he's trying to make me look bad. He's trying to straw man me, right? He goes, are you seriously fighting for pornography? LOL. That's one thing we are not changing. Also, minors technically have curfew in most states. After curfew, when it's only for adults, you still aren't allowed to get naked and have sex in the town square. Your logic falls short. Stay on the non-free speech X for your porn. So again, he decides to be disingenuous. But notice what I'm going to say next, and then his language changes. Notice what he says. This is the CEO to prove it. He's the CEO of Pickaxe to prove it. The home of freedom of speech and freedom of reach, right? I mentioned this many times. This for corporations, this is literally a sales pitch. They know you will go to these things if you have it. So I go, I'm a veteran of the United States military. I swear to uphold and defend the Constitution. I don't get to pick and choose what it protects, even if I disagree. Your logic fails short because you keep claiming free speech when the rule of law states otherwise, right? And he goes, so then he backtracks his language. He goes, I appreciate your service to the country and defend the Constitution. However, to act if I'm not upholding the Constitution and because I don't allow pornography on a platform is a strange position. See, now he's saying, oh, it's a strange position to take. So he's no longer trying to make me sound like a gooner and a porn addict. Now he's like, oh shit, this is a veteran. I got to respect the veterans. Otherwise, my viewers and my supporters are going to leave me because my tribe values and respects veterans. Right? And notice how I didn't have to prove I was a veteran. I just said I'm a veteran of the United States military. I don't have to show any one of you guys or him or anyone my DD-214. I don't have to show that. But I guarantee you, a veteran's going to know if there's another veteran around. It's the way we talk, the way we carry ourselves, everything else. But there are times where I have to show that. Like, for example, I can in my state, I can get a free park pass. I don't have to pay for it. All I have to do is show my DD-14 or my verification of benefits. I show my verification of benefits. You know why? My DD-214 has my social security number on it. So I don't show that, but I'll show my verification letter from the Department of Veteran Affairs, right? And that shows I'm a veteran. I can actually show that online, and that will say I'm a veteran, and I will be comfortable with that. What's interesting, you are on X, it does censor speech, and Rumble, which has similar to us, and YouTube, which is insane when it comes to censorship. And by the way, keep in mind, this guy got banned off of YouTube, okay? Or so they say. But you choose to attack us over technicalities, right? So I says, who says I haven't, right? So notice here he says, but you choose to attack us over technicalities. Who says I haven't? I have. I called out Rumble and Getter and Gab and YouTube many times. I looked at my bio. I called out X. I also said, and here, let's go look at my bottle. I'm totally not Lavistro nor totally locked out of my account by X, who hasn't sent me a verification email to me. Hi, everyone. At X locked X Lavistro84 out of his account and hasn't sent him a verification email yet 2 days later. This report is shit. Please let all people know I'm totally not Lavistro and this is totally not Nalt. And everyone knows how sarcastic I am. So, so I tell him, it's like, I also said y'all were cordial and polite, so strawman away, need proof. Here, I highlight all of y'all. And he goes, my point is that you haven't called them out. Okay. My point is that you are doing it on their platforms. Yeah. They allow me free speech. Yes, it's controlled free speech. And I agree, and I bitch about it. I says, I don't call them out. Dude, I called them out in 20 seconds in a video, and I'm supposed to trust you know what free speech is. 20 seconds in a video, I debunked your claim here. And I show all the things where I read the truth of socials and the timelines that you can guys look for yourself. Just go back and he tried to gaslight. Go back and read what I said. I never said you haven't called them out. My point is that you haven't called it. Exactly. As Christ said, it's not to help you that needs a doctor. And since you limit only Rumble, I say I need what I need on Rumble. You just another platform, one I do not need. When a reach on Rumble, it will also reach your users while also getting onto YouTube and X. In other words, I don't do business with false advertisers who limit people for political agenda. Rumble XYT may limit their may limit, but they aren't as political, and I am not censored calling it their bullshit. You, sir, are to blue sky what Coke is to Pepsi, a political echo chamber. And he keeps going, and in the end we do have the mutual conversation, right? And I say, I told him, I said, but thanks for the time to discuss free speech with nobody like me on X. No, I'm serious. I do appreciate it, as I was appreciative of Pickaxe further pressure in our talks. I disagree, and so we mentioned we disagree, right? And he keeps doubling down with AI. Like if you go on Pickaxe, it says no AI, no censorship. He keeps doubling down. Not understanding the issue isn't that he has AI and algorithms. The issue is that he's lying about it, which is not free speech, which he could be sued for in a court of law for false advertising. I'm not a lawyer. I'm saying he could, because it's false advertising. It is a lie. You know, and I tell them, it's like, you can correct your no algorithm, no censorship, no AI overlords, and freedom of speech, freedom of reach, and stop saying public square. But I suggest the freest platform on the internet. You do allow hate speech. So I was making concessions with him to let him know, instead of saying this is what I had the issue with, say this. You're not lying. You say you're the freest platform because you allow hate speech, right? It's not a lie. It can be argued. But this whole here, when you actually have it and you admit to it, that's a lie. And for porn and restriction of legal evoke of your personal property rights, you can say, it's my platform, it's how I want to run it. It's his personal property. So I recognize his right to private property. It's my house. I want to run my house as I want to. It's my kid. I will raise my kids how I see fit. It's my life. I will do what I want. But he doesn't continue on this. But I told him, it's like, I don't know who you are, but just that. Which, as I can say here, the First Amendment Constitution, I'm just going to put this out here: vulgar, obscene. I'll do it this way: vulgarity. That's not. We'll do it this way. So on restrictions, prohibited uses, it says vulgar and profane. You can't say swear words, and they said they're getting it out. But as you can see here, I'll refresh the page. Look, I'll refresh the page. This is their terms of service. All right. Vulgar and profane. 2 words they can easily take out. They haven't done it. But but it gets better. It gets a lot better. So this is Lindy Rick. I don't know who she is, but she popped up on my feed. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to comment if I decide to comment. And I decide I'm going to continue letting people know about Pickaxe. I know I'm not going to win every one, but I actually got a couple of people, even Tommy, to agree on certain things. She says, you're in fine with the best Rumble video creators over on Pickaxe Social. I says, I'll pass on this hype. God forbid I drop an F-bomb or The Witcher or Duke shows a titty and I get banned for vulgar, profane, or sexually explicit content, according to TOS. Nor show my ID to get reach like YouTube. I like not getting hacked and my data out there. So I point out, there's a reason to get hacked. Like, you're not getting banned or dropping the F-bomb, but we already told you that. I was like, so why does your TOS I'll say otherwise, paragraph 9K, so people can find it, and you never answered my other questions? Are you saying you will ban people? So here, point this out. Are you saying you will ban people for M-rated games, Witcher, and Duke Nukem as porn, right? Are you saying you are like Collective Shout and White in YouTube, and our IDs will get hacked on your system? And Lindsay is like, does her don't leave Daddy Corpo Pickaxe alone speech. Not going to ban you. I say you might want to read the terms of service. They totally will, right? Wait, hold on. Let me see here. So they made another comment. We made our position perfectly clear on pornography. We do not allow pornography, sex, or nudity on our platform. Given that Rumble doesn't allow their platforms, we aren't anticipating a problem with people live streaming gratuitous sex scenes on our platform. It's already been stated that we are in the process of updating our TOS, which will include taking out the word vulgar. So they're still trying to double back on this whole vulgarity thing. I guarantee you, if as people like me, I'm not the only one that has said this, if people like me had not spoken out and said, hey, they won't allow us to use the drop the F, we can say the N word, but we can't say the F bomb, So there's going to be a problem here. So they're already admitting that they fucked up with vulgarity. They don't know what free speech is, because now they're saying, okay, yeah, you know what, vulgar words, we might not like them, but it's not banned. And what's their? They said from banned content. So what they say in Pickaxe? What they say in Pickaxe? No algorithms, no censorship, no AI overlords. It's not just free speech; it's free speech for their tribe. As for IDs, we normally verify the account on the following business day and then delete the photos from our servers. The following business day. So that's like 24 hours. My ID, your ID is in their system. 24 hours is a long time. Enough time for a hacker to come in there and hack your system. And they will do that. So I just thought it's like, so you do think The Witcher and Duke Nukem are porn games? I rest my case. Enjoy the clicks or shout. And here we go. Jay just saying, okay, nah, I don't give a fuck what's happening, but a corporal going, we totally delete your info is taking straight up bullshit. Given that in a legal binding contract, if you don't, I can sue you over. I'm going to report that. I'm going to repost that. That was pretty cool. So we did that live. So see, so me constantly pointing this out there, here's my free speech and fighting up the storm. Someone else pointing, yeah, keeping our data 24 hours and totally deleting it, yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit because your data is gold. So that being said, what makes you think the government's going to totally delete your data and not use it again every time you have to age verify? How confident are you in the United States government's data systems not getting hacked when it's been hacked by every other country out there? And you want me to put my ID out there? They want you to put your ID out there, right? So let's close some of these tabs down. I'm going to keep going here. So I want to continue on the hypocrisy. The reason I'm showing helmet fire here is I want to continue the hypocrisy of these people that call themselves free speech advocates. All right, we're going to find out something interesting. For example, let's roast out of Rumble social media. Join me and a bunch of others on Gaming on Roll creators at Pickaxe Social. He only cares about Pickaxe Social. All right. I said, yeah, I'm not going there only to get banned for streaming The Witcher or Duke Nukem because they show a titty or I drop the F-bomb. Besides, I have to show ID like YouTube, and my viewers outside the US can't join. Have fun with the hype, but I read the TOS. It's a blue sky gap. And I can't respond to them because I don't know what to carry on the conversation, right? But what do you think he did? I can't reply. He advocates for free speech, but when someone says he calls it a hike and calls out the bullshit that he doesn't like, he turns into a leftist and has his vagina bleed like Shark Week and blocks me. Right here. And the sad thing is, U.S. Navy veteran. He's a fellow brother in arms. He's a veteran who's sworn to uphold the Constitution. And one thing I've noticed is a lot of people like to point out their veteran status. I don't always point out mine. I have it in there because people like to support veteran gamers, but I always don't like to point my status out. Right? But I noticed a lot of these people that are political, most of them that do have their salty feels, most of them have never seen any combat. Because I guarantee if you see combat, one of the first things that's going to happen when you have PTSD, you're going to have dark fucking humor. You're going to be snarky and dry as fuck. We took a look at the Goon Room. I'm not going to give the Mikey's history out there, but he's seen some shit. He's not a veteran, but he's seen some shit. We get along well, and we're mean and raunchy to each other, but we can't do that. We can't do that on Pickaxe Social because of the vulgarity clause. Gamers, tell me one gamer who gets upset when they lose a fight in a game and does not drop the F-bomb. Right? Yes, you're right, Mikey, you're right. You're right. Hold on. Let me highlight this. Which one's the... All right, so... Here's Sonya. Here we go. Oh, dude, a lot of shit on Buckle Rock. I'm assuming Pickaxe is the same. Yes, because they're creating an echo chamber. the funny thing is the only one that was able to have a civil and even though we disagree, a civil conversation were Pickaxe and the CEO. And I guarantee you only did that because otherwise it would make them look bad. Because they're like, oh shit, he's a small time creator. Yeah, sure. He's a veteran. Yeah, sure. But if we censor him, we're making ourselves look like hypocrites, and we're going to be making content for people like him to shout out on the internet and making our life a living hell. We'll be called hypocrites. That's the only reason why they are civil. Because you notice the change in the CEO's comments, from my perspective, is that he was being snarky and trying to make me seem like a porn addict until I says I'm a veteran of the United States military, and I swore an oath to defend the Constitution. I don't get to choose what is freedom of speech. I don't get to choose what I have to defend. I have to choose. I don't get to choose if I defend a leftist or a right wing nutcase. I don't get to choose if I have to defend the Goon Room or Sonia Lissette. I have to treat everybody equally and defend all rights. But anyways, yeah, he blocks me. But if we look down here, right, I'm a gator who loves freedom of speech. Starter kit. But bum. Freedom of speech. He loves freedom. Bum. He can't handle discourse that's different from his, that disagrees with his. He can't handle it. And I didn't even call him anything negative. I just called out I disagreed with him. Reginald, I disagreed. All right. More Pickaxe. Shilling Pickaxe for Rumble. More Pickaxe. He's shilling the Canadian corporate ad campaigns. It's his right to do so. But if this was Blue Sky and Blue Sky was doing this, if Blue Sky had, here's my thing. If Blue Sky and YouTube had the exact same terms of service as Rumble, which they kind of do, but the CEOs, most of the people there are allegedly left wing, would he say the same thing? Because Rumble is founded by people who are allegedly right wing. And the thing is, even though I'm nonpartisan, I'm classic liberal, which is considered on the right wing spectrum. I guarantee you he won't. But he's not the only one. Here's a guy I followed for a while. You might know him for his Star Citizen streams on Rumble. He says, quit telling me what I'm allowed to talk about. Have you ever felt that way? Tired of being unable to say simple facts just because the social HOA police get their feelings hurt? Come over to Pickaxe. Which, that was a while back, and I found this out this weekend, but let's go out and see what he's done. What should I just do here? Block me again. So he's contradicting himself. I'm allowed to talk about. But I followed him for months. We had great conversations. But the moment I stepped on Daddy Corpo's toes, did not toe the line, because I'm like, okay, something's wrong here. We need to correct these things. And I called out Pickaxe. Not only did he block me, but I will say this: he deleted the tweet with my reply to him, because he didn't want people knowing about what Pickaxe is doing. And the reason being, a lot of these people do. I wish I didn't shut it down, but the reason being is a lot of them. Here we go. The Lord Media blocked you, right? A lot of them get paid. They're like, use my special promotion link to join Pickaxe. They're being just like corporations. They want that money. But that's the same dude. He can't even have a conversation offensive. He goes totally lefty. Yes, and that's my argument. That this right here, all these people that claim to right wing, this right here is proving my concept that everyone is not everyone, but everyone that we're talking about, Republicans, Libertarians, people who are partisan, right, are to the left of me. They are tribal. They are collective. They only want their free speech. I may not agree with the fact that, for example, I might not agree with Sonya's takes. Let's just put it that way, right? And Sonya may not agree with how I treat her sometimes, even though it's all in good fun. But we respect each other's rights to free speech, right? I had to respect your choices of your free speech because that's required of us as American citizens by the Constitution. Now, people have argued that the system doesn't work and people don't believe in the Constitution. Well, yeah, except it has worked many times when people actually give a shit to care. People say, "Oh, I don't want to read my history. It's boring. It's too. We don't have time for that right now." You know how many times I've heard that? I've heard that since the 1990s. We don't have time to read our history. We don't have time. And because of that, 60% of American people across all generations, I know boomers and Gen Xers and certain really big political types like to talk about, Gen Z, but I met some really cool Gen Zers. But these people like to give shit to Gen Z. Say, oh, they don't know how to do things. They can't handle things. They don't know about freedom, everything else, because of what they see on X, everything else. Because the old Twitter was good at forcing engagement to force you to see things you didn't want to see. And then there was the venture capitalist journalists who were always using buzzwords to push things because drama sells, people. So you would see 50 videos about cops doing horrible things. You would see 50 videos about people doing horrible things to each other. And then Gen Zers had to see that. Well, this is why I don't let my kid have social media. This is why he's on it with my account. And that account, when I'm streaming, is on censored mode. Except for tonight, because he's asleep. It's bedtime. He's got school. I'm the parent here. But these people will say anything to get free speech for themselves. So how do you know the difference? Be true to serpents. The thing is we follow the same people. Slowly Switch, Daremouth, which I gotta get with Daremouth on something, but I might have some news coming up. I gotta see if he'd allow me to say it. Something going on. But yeah, so I gotta use the bathroom again. I do apologize and get some more water. I had 3 bottles and I've been drinking it while we're talking. But instead of doing the AFK while you're all here, I made the final Flight to 500 video. Not video, the Flight to 500 song. I literally wrote the lyrics myself and had AI sing it. So you're probably not gonna hear the whole thing because it's 7 minutes long. It's inspired through the Fire and the Flames. I wanted to use that originally until I realized I'll get flagged for it. So I'm gonna put the stream starting soon up so you can hear the song as I go use the bathroom, refill the water, and we'll go back and we'll start covering more into NetChoice. But we'll see y'all in a moment.
From ashes I rise, dragon of cyberspace. I'm a dragon defiant,
muted, and there we go. The cat jumped with the thing again. Anyways, we're live. Yeah, the thing is, Mikey, like not everyone's gonna play the same games, right? For example, there are games that you and I play that people might find boring. I don't complain about my viewers. I wish I had more viewers, right? I won't lie. And I always try to like it's like you say, you and I always struggle to find out what's good entertaining content for people because we want to keep people entertained. These people, in my opinion, and I hate sounding like Les Mercante here, but these people are mainly literally doing it for the money. And they're chilling for it. But we're gonna go into the Federalist Society. As we pointed out, NetChoice members were members of the Federalist Society, another Republican or conservative legal group. But here I want to highlight that NetChoice and the Computer Association industry together. NetChoice are trade associations that represent internet and social media companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, which owns YouTube and TikTok. They sued Florida over officials charged with enforcing SB 7072 under 42 USMC 1983. Alleging that Voss provision violated the social media company's right to free speech under the First Amendment and are preempted by federal law. So the thing I'm pointing out here is, even though, yes, we know these corporations shill, right? I'm not defending these corporations, right? Even though they shill, they take advantage of people and they try to do arbitrary statements and stuff. They have a right to free speech just like everyone else. I may not like what Facebook does. I rarely go on my Facebook. I definitely don't have a Lavistro page for Facebook because my Facebook account is something different, and I only use it to talk to my old army buddies and my family. That's it. Because most of them aren't gamers. Sad to say, but they and also find out news about my HOA in my community. But every time I used to frequent the things I say on X, the things I say on X, I would say on Facebook, and I would get banned only to come back 30 days later just to get banned again. So it's just in my best interest to just not use Facebook. I wasn't getting much engagement. I wasn't even planning on all that. I wanted to find nerds, and my thing was being fed political feeds, which I was just tired of seeing consistently. So I went on X, and well, what do I share? Things that interest me, like, for example, sword and sorcery and fantasy art from the 70s and 80s, video games. I might show some video game topics. I might retweet people that are out there. I just do whatever I fucking want. And my algorithm doesn't show a lot of political bullshit until I started talking about pickaxe, which I'm tired of talking about, but I wanted to point that out there because it was an excellent tie-in to what we're saying here. Liz, the Attorney General Liz, right, and these pickaxe shields, they're the same. They want to censor speech they find offensive, and they'll find any way to do so. So that law, as we're going to discover, is a law of censorship. But here, to give credit to Federal Society, right, or NetChoice, even though these people would censor them most likely, right, because they're left leaning, they're left owned, they protected their right under the First Amendment against the state of Florida, which was a Republican group, a Republican state. It's a red state, right? The Federal Society was founded in 1982 for law and public studies, a group of conservatives and libertarians. So Liz Wheeler, a Republican, is attacking conservatives who have a problem with her agenda. To me, that's just more proof that there's a difference between a Republican and a conservative. And if you want more proof, Reagan said he was libertarian and conservative, and he got votes out of nowhere. Then it never happened again until Donald Trump came back in 2016. Granted, you had people that left the Democratic Party and all this other stuff, but as a conservative, I don't vote for a party. I vote for change. I vote for best options for the policy. And if you've been in term for 8 years, I'm probably not going to vote until you have someone new and different involved. And one thing I complained about before Trump came on the scene is we need fresh blood in the political spectrum. So we are of the committed principles that the state exists to preserve freedom, that the separation of government powers is central to our Constitution. So right then and there, you can already tell the mindset is they're going to fight against government overreach. But they're not the only ones that joined with NetEase as well. You have the SIIA, the Software and Information Industry Association, joined several leading tech and policy organizations in filing an amicus brief urging the Supreme Court to halt enforcement of Mississippi's HB 1126. A lot of imposes sweeping content-based restrictions on digital services. That the brief argues the law violates the First Amendment by compelling intrusive age verification, parental consent, and content moderation requirements. So, collective shout. Content moderation policies. So that means that, like we saw with the pickaxe, as I was pointing out with the pickaxe literally said, without saying it, he said, you have an issue with ban on pornography, which, yeah, they actually, the girl that said at the person that we were talking about before pickaxe, that came back and asked what's his problem. He says, oh, he's upset because we won't allow pornography. And so I went back while I was using the bathroom to get my water. It's like, actually, no. I said it right here. My issue is that you lie. You censor. You don't allow vulgarity, which you're trying to say, oh, we're going to fix that, but you haven't yet. So you're admitting that you censor when you say no censorship. You say no AI, and you have AI, and you admitted to it, and you're using algorithms when you say no algorithms. So it's false advertising. So I'm wondering, what else are you lying about? You're a corporation at the end of the day. That's my issue. But again, they're trying to strawman me and say all I want is porn. No, I think Mikey and I had the same agreement on this. We talked about it before. You can ban eroge games. That's fine. It's your platform. But I don't want to go on there and stream The Witcher and find out that you just find out as porn, just like Collective Shout does. I don't want to get banned for streaming something I thought was not porn, and you define it as porn. You need to clarify your rules. Because explicit material translates to me AO. But because we've all been censored before and times over and over again, and as gamers, we know that people think that certain games are too violent or porn games, even though they're not. I know that even though if it's in for mature, I'm not innocent enough to believe that they won't censor me for it. So here, with this law in Mississippi, it would moderate the content of everyone else in the state of Mississippi. So I would lose viewers if they had to have to have an ID for NSFW. I don't have an answer for ID, for bots and stuff. I don't. The only thing is you can just report them. I don't know what we can do for that. But when you want to think about the children, okay, I'm a parent. Hold me responsible. Hold me accountable for my actions as a parent. That's my job. That's not your job. It's not the government's job. But yeah, so they say they want the court to protect, restore the preliminary injunction and protect the open invasion and expressive nature of the internet. So full-blown internet protection, free speech. All right. And they're just a company that I don't know much about them. I was Googling about NetChoice, and this came up. All right, so I don't know much about them, but I just thought I'd point that out there in case some people who are software geniuses might know them. And then you have the NCAA. NCAA joined the National Coalition Against Censorship, joins allies in NetChoice versus Finch. The NCAC has joined FIRE and other free expression organizations and filed an amicus brief in the case of NetChoice. And if I remember correctly, I don't know, but if I remember correctly, NCAC is left-leaning. If I remember correctly, I don't get into politics too much, so someone feel free to correct me on that. But they joined NetChoice, decided to speak out. ACLU, a hard left-leaning site that went after everyone that was for free speech, all of a sudden realized their roots and came back to censor does not keep kids safe. All right. The Kids Online Safety Act is an alarming bill that would give government the power to decide what content is dangerous to young people, ultimately enabling censorship of content that it doesn't like. And you know what's funny is, remember when I talk about Brown versus ESRB, right? If anyone remembers that, it was the SCOTUS ruling that said games are free speech. The state of California wanted to restrict the content that could be accessible and sold to kids, which Justice Scalia said in that case, no, you can't do that. Games are art; they are free speech. All right. Lawmakers claim KOSA will protect kids online. In reality, it would threaten young people's privacy, limit minors' access to vital resources like mental health materials or identity support, which, let them have their little leftist thing, right? Because it's a bipartisan bill. And so it'd be only fitting that we have bipartisan support against it. And silence online conversation for all ages. The First Amendment guarantees everyone, including children, a right to access information free from censorship, yet, like many book bans and other forms of classroom censorship, KOSA flies in the face of this. Now it's up to Congress to protect free speech online. Send a message now and encourage them not to co-sponsor and to vote no on Kids Online Safety Act. And they actually do this. They write it for you, which is why I'm pointing out here. Because when Donald Trump was talking about games or violence and stuff during the Walmart shooting back in 2020, I believe, or 2019. I wrote him a letter because I was concerned about that. I wrote the president a letter, and he obviously responded back. And I noticed that he kind of stopped that rhetoric of violent, games are violent for a time. I don't know if he continued doing it, because around the same time, I was like, I'm washing my hand of politics. Because Tim Pool was going cray. People were starting to get so unhinged, and I was like, wait a minute. So while I was nonpartisan, not getting into tribal politics, I was still reading politics. Like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. So I started just leaving politics as a whole. But I do believe in writing letters, right? So they put this out there, all right? But there's several articles. But before we go into those articles, I just want to point out Richard Blumenthal, U.S. Senator. He is a Democrat. And he's saying, what is the Kids Online Safety Act? It's no secret children are generated more glued to their screens than ever before. Well, guess whose fault is that? Is that the government's fault? Hey, Mikey, it's your fault that my son has been on screens more than anyone else. It's your fault. So we need a law so I don't have to have accountability for my children. Your fault. That's literally what it translates here for me. We'll zoom it in a little bit for you guys. Kids these days. Well, I guarantee you my son only has about 2 hours of screen time. Unless I'm streaming Dragon Cast. Then I allow a little bit longer so he gets to do more. But I guarantee my son, he goes outside. He goes and plays with his Legos. He's required to read a book every day. When he comes home from school, I make him do 1 page of math, because I don't think he's getting enough math in his school. And his school doesn't give him homework, so he doesn't get critical thinking skills to apply what he's learned. So I make him do that stuff. And we've been doing that since he was 5 years old. Granted, not everyone can do that because everybody is working outside. It's no longer just a woman's right to choose to work if she wants to. It's a necessity now because of the way the economy is. I get it. But I have a tablet from Amazon for my son that's meant for kids. It has parent controls. I can limit everything he's in there. If he wants to try and if your kid isn't being monitored by an adult, as some kids are, right? You can limit how many hours he's allowed to use the screen. And if he tries to do it before that hour or over that hour, it will say you can't do it. You need a parent's permission to unlock this thing. If you you can restrict what apps they can get. If they want to purchase something on the apps, you get a text notification saying your kid wants to buy this app. Do you approve? When my kid watches YouTube videos, like I said, I literally, before I go live, restrict my content for when I'm streaming Dragon Cast or if I'm streaming live. Or if he wants to watch TV, if I can't watch him, it's restricted content. And granted, it's not always going to work because he likes to listen to this podcast. I can't remember the name of it, but just today he was listening to the podcast, and they're talking about the environment and mentioned how science discovered that we can eat bugs. And I told him turn that off. He's like, "Why?" I was like, "Because I don't want you hearing that. You're not old enough to discuss that yet. So I don't. I was like, I don't want you to listen to that." So I determined what he can listen to. I'm a good parent in my personal view because I protect my kids from things I feel he's not ready for. I granted not everyone does it, but this sounds more like you don't approve of parents how they raise their kids, and so you want to use your governmental powers and overreach to decide how kids should live. I want to look at your kids. I want to see how they're acting. Maybe I don't agree with how they're acting. How do I know your kids weren't that spoiled little brat throwing a temper tantrum at Walmart because he didn't get the toy he wanted? And you're going to tell me how to raise my child? I mean, my mom used to limit me with video games to 3 hours a day. Then I had to do chores. My mom was a little different. So I had to do my schoolwork and chores first. And after that, I could do whatever I wanted. And the thing is because we didn't have a TV growing up. We did have a dial TV like the old Simpsons movies used to have. And I was the remote, sure, because we were poor. We didn't get, while everyone else had the remote stuff, we had the dial up, so, from a garage sale. And then it finally busted. And we didn't have a TV because we were too poor to fucking afford one. Uh, so I had a Game Boy. The Game Boy I had a Game Boy brick all the way up until it finally went out, and that was when Pokemon Yellow came out. When Pokemon Yellow came out, I got the Game Boy Color. But that time period, my dad was finally getting above the poverty line to where I could, and I was able to, buy things, go to get a job and buy things myself. To where when the Game Boy Advance came out, I was able to buy a Game Boy Advance myself. We all had TVs. But even then, my mom limited our screen time. But she said, as long as your chores are done, you can go do whatever you want. So I would go play Legos. I would go play video games every day. I would literally, my dad would take me to work with him in the summer when I was a kid. And between moving to job sites and that Texas heat, I literally would turn on my video game as he was driving and I'd play the screen. And we'd be driving for hours. Or if he gave estimates on people how much it would cost to cut down a tree or mulch the yard or mow the yard and get estimates, he'd be talking for hours. I'd be seeing that truck with the windows rolled down and I'd be playing Game Boy. But I also had activities to do. But yes, it's the parent's job. My parents believed that as long as I was responsible with my chores and duties, I've earned as much screen time as I want. But they also would tell me stuff like I'm not allowed, like for example, I could not watch The Simpsons until I was in high school. And let me tell you, when high school came out, I went and I watched as much Simpsons as I could. I wanted to catch up on The Simpsons. When I turned at that same time as well, my dad saw that I was interested in Hercules, the Legendary Adventures, and he'd watched it with me. And then I got to watch Relic Hunter, and I had a crush on that lady on Relic Hunter. I'm not kidding. There's something about her with the glasses. I was just like went nuts. But I was 16 when I could watch Relic Hunter and all this other stuff. But I was old enough to handle it. And another thing I had was the Xbox One with Halo, and I wasn't 17 yet because my parents trusted me with that because I earned that trust. They knew it was violent. They knew that had gory stuff in it. They knew all that, just like they knew about Mortal Kombat 1. And I had because when I had Mortal Kombat 1, we actually got someone else's SNES. Or I think it was the SNES. It was the Genesis or SNES. I can't remember. Anyways, we got their console, and I was able to play Mortal Kombat 1 until one day our house got broken into and it got stolen, the whole thing. But that was the only time I ever had that. Anyways, it's the parent's job to protect children. Since big tech, and he says big tech here. Since big tech refuses, that's becoming a political term now. So you're going to assume that he's right wing, refuses to protect our children. It's not big tech's job. It's my job. My job. All right. This is the same argument with Brown versus ESRB. It's time for Congress to step in. And then he tries to say all these things about what it is, right? Bipartisan support. Could the online statistics give state attorneys or Federal Trade Commission the power to dictate what kind of content you and users can see on social media? No, that's what he's saying. Like he's trying to tell everyone. But here's what I want to point out. This is where it is. As you go in here, he keeps saying, no, this won't do that. Block or take down content. No, this doesn't do all that. That's what they're saying. But we're already seeing from the UK that's not literally what it is. But I want to focus on this. They say this is a duty of care, right? Duty of care, and he makes this nice long statement, right, about it. But that's literally the same as in civil court, in divorce court, in the interest of the child. Do you know? And I can speak for this myself because I am a divorcee. Do you know when you try to invoke your rights that they have, like for example, my VA by federal law, my VA disability cannot be used for ruminations for employment for child support by federal law because it's outside of state's jurisdiction. If they want to include that by federal law, they would have to go to the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. They would have to go to my regional office and request them to do a calculation of what I have that can be used for child support. And the only way that could happen, the only way I could pay for child support is if I was retired from full 20 years of service and raised a portion of my Army and military retirement for the VA. That portion is the portion that can be used for child support and alimony by federal law. But a lot of states say, well, won't you think of the child? It's like, I am thinking of the child. I know that most of it isn't going to my child. I know that you're going to take your cut. You judges, lawyers, and all these other people are going to take their cut first before it gets to my son. I'd rather, and this was when we thought we were going to lose my custody battle, because I would rather my ex-wife, his mother, call me and say, "Hey, I need help taking care of our son. Could you fork over $100?" And then, you know what I would do? And I told the court this. That's what he needs, and I'd go buy it because I've always done that. The thing is, when it came back that she couldn't get what she wanted, which is child support, she didn't want anything to do with our son. She actually told that was her exact words to the court. And my dumbass said, I'm going to do the primary joint system because he still needs his mom. And she did come back later on, but I had it written in there, we cannot do any more child support hearings. But in the interest of the child, has been used and abused in a way to go after men and women over the child. In fact, many of my friends that grew up with the interest of the child being divorced, and they hated both parents because of it, because the parents would fight over money. Many of them went left wing. Some of my friends are socialists over in the interest of a child. So that's another thing to think about here when they say duty of care. It'll be another thing that'll be abused. But the duty of care, won't someone think of the children? Yeah, I think about child all the time. Thank you very much. It's my duty of care, not yours. You don't have a duty of care to raise my child. Gamers are not responsible for what my child sees. I'm responsible. That is my right, not yours, not theirs. Right? But Richard Blumenthal here he is, right? He was they say he was a Marine Corps veteran, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, he was in the reserves. And they said, as the New York Times would virtually guarantee that he would not be sent to Vietnam. He served in Union Station, Washington, D.C. and Connecticut from 1970 to 1976, attaining the rank of sergeant, right? According to his 2010 Senate campaign news report showed that Blumenthal claimed he had served in Vietnam, created controversy. He denied having intentionally misled voters. And that's what they do, right? So if he's already has a controversy of misleading his voters, right? But now having occasionally misspoken about his service record, he later apologized to voters for his remarks about his military service that he had not been clear or precise. Now, if you say you served in Vietnam, that's different from saying you served in the Vietnam War, right? Both statements are still misleading, but one's a flat out lie. So if he admitted to misleading, and he was not quote unquote clear or precise on this, how do we know he's not clear and precise on this? the Online Safety Act. How do we know he's not being precise? All right. But I want to go ahead and cover several articles here. Um, that I found, and the thing is that I noticed when I was watching Hypnocast, he kind of got the same articles. So since he beat me first, I know some people might have just came from him. I'm probably gonna skip those articles. I'll just glaze over real quick. But I also have the bill here. Don't worry, we're not gonna read it all. We're not gonna read it all. But set that out. That's not it. Here we go. So this one here, I believe he covered it, but it's an argument for, I believe it's an argument for the Online Safety Act, right? According to exposure to pornography is increasing the introduction of UK rules to protect public online. More than a quarter now say they haven't seen porn online by 11, with some saying they were age 6 or younger. Okay, I'm not justifying children seeing porn, all right? But I'm going to give you a story of Lavistro. I said this offline. When Lavistro was a teenager, we moved into a farmhouse that was built in the 1700s. And that means it had several owners before we rented it, right? And I went up in the attic because I wanted to see if I could find a Yorkshire rifle, those, Revolutionary War muskets and stuff, or a cutlass, something like that would be awesome. Because on the foundation stone, it said built in 1770, 1773. Actually, yeah, 1773 was when it was built. And so I want to see, being a young teenager, if I could find it. You know what I found instead? Playboy magazines from 1970. At that time period, they were 30 years old. I looked at that, my first introduction to porn, and I also knew that because my room used to be the old main bedroom. That the old main bedroom had some of the old main bedrooms used to have secret compartments under the floorboards to keep muskets and stuff in case of be ready to miss notice and the seizure from British troops. I found one in my room, opened it up, tossed the porn magazines in there until I got busted by my dad. I mean, there's plenty of stories in Generation Xers and everything else. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying you could say it could be blocked here, but it could be accessible anywhere. My dad found that out, and he whipped my ass. Let's just put it that way. He whipped my ass. Because I knew I wasn't supposed to have it. Anyways, continuing on. They keep justifying violent pornography is accessible to children, up to accidental. So they admit that it could be accidental. All right. But whose decision? Who let them on? Who let them on the line? I'll tell you, it was the parents. All right. When I got my cell phone, when I got my first cell phone, I was 16, and my dad decided to let me have the internet thing. He did not do his due diligence, and I found porn sites because I was a horny teenager. Who let me have a phone? My dad. This is why I don't let my son, who's 10 years old, have a phone. Because what is every phone nowadays? A portable internet device. What do I do not want him to see? Porn. What do I not want him to see? Politics. Woke shit. I'm introduced to him to that stuff slowly as he is old enough to handle it. It is my decision. So when his mom says we should have a phone, I'm like, no, he shouldn't have a phone. I'm not gonna let him have a phone until he's 18 years old or until he has to work. It's like, oh no, I'm sorry. It's even if he has to work, and his mom says, what if he can't get a ride home, or what if his car breaks down? How is he gonna know? He can ask the boss if he can use the company phone to call me. He's not gonna have a phone. He can buy a phone with his own money, which would give him a pay phone, which would be something that is a flip phone, which does not have internet on it, and he can put minutes into it. Because that's what I had to do. Anyways, continuing on, right? You keep going down these facts. We're not going to read them all because Hypnotic, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Sonia, if you're still here, but I think he covered this today. I only popped in for a little bit. But I want to point out that they're trying to say, oh, well, the children are accidentally reaching porn. Clearly, you don't remember the Wild West days of the internet. I'm not saying it was a good thing, right? But that's the parents' job. That's not their job. All right. If anything, you should be saying, hey, parents, why aren't you. Let me put it this way. Back in the day, kids would be staying out over curfew, right? And it was the parents' job to make sure the kids came home. That when we were little, the news would say, it's 10 o'clock. You know where your kids are. We were told to be home when the streetlights were on. Even if the sun was still up, if the streetlights come on, we have to be home. And we would come home. Why? Because we did not want our dad getting pissed off with us. We did not want him showing us his belt. Let's just put it that way. My son knows to be at home at a certain time. He knows if I call him to come inside from playing with his friends, he's got to hurry up and get home. Why? Because I got to keep him safe. That's my job. It's a full-time job. That's why it makes it hard for me to do certain content whenever I want to do it. Florida and Texas. Here's a Moody v. NetChoice versus Paxton. So basically, the Florida and Texas lawsuits about the people. I think people called the Texas one the anime bill. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, my dad was a veteran my dad was a veteran of the Vietnam War. So I did the military tradition of 15 minutes prior to the 15 minutes prior before I was in the military. What that means is, in the military, if you're on time, you're late. If you're 15 minutes you're on time, and if you're 15 minutes prior to the 15 minutes prior to the time hack, you're early. So I would literally show up 30 minutes early to the time I'm supposed to be there because my dad had the military mindset of even if it was 9 o'clock, and like he told me to be home by, and it's 9 o'clock, I'm late. But it was 8:59. He says you were pushing it, boy. You were about to run late. So if I show up at 15 minutes early, he'd be like, okay, go shower and get ready for bed. So that was my life. Oh yeah. So another reason why we get along, we were traumatized by our dads. So, anyways, and yeah, you got out there. In 2021, Florida and Texas became the first states to enact laws that regulate social media platforms. Now, Section 230 protects social media platforms, right? And Florida and Texas are red states. They're Republican states. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Several other states had followed suit, and many more were poised to do the same. Florida and Texas laws limit the power of the largest social media companies to moderate and curate speech on their platforms and require companies to disclose certain information to the public. Two trade organizations representing social media companies are challenging both laws in the Supreme Court, with the decision expected by June 2024, which Texas won their case, if I remember correctly. Federal district courts of Florida joined these laws, holding that the companies were likely to succeed on their First Amendment challenges. Florida appealed to the 11th Circuit, and Texas appealed to the 5th Circuit, and the Knight Institute filed the amicus briefs in both courts. The 5th and the 11th Circuits issued conflict decisions. The 11th Circuit struck down part of Florida law that limits the power of social media platforms to moderate and curate content, but held most of the law's disclosure provisions. The 5th Station contract upheld Texas law in its entirety. On December 7, 2023, the Knight Institute filed an amicus brief in the Supreme Court by both cases. I'm going to highlight that. The court is to reject the parties' extreme theories on how the First Amendment should apply to the regulation of social media. The platforms contend that any regulation implicating their content moderation decisions is likely unconstitutional, while Florida and Texas argue that content moderation decisions do not implicate the First Amendment at all. And the thing is, they say, oh, that was back in the days when there was pen and paper. That's not in the days of digital internet. It doesn't apply. That's what you're trying to argue. Just like, oh, the Second Amendment only applies to muskets and gunpowder pistols. It does not apply to semi-automatic AR-15s. That's the same argument. It's the same thing. You take all the arguments out. Oh, that was for the olden days. It's not meant for the modern day stuff. You take out all the arguments for each political side, and it's the same thing. They're the same thing, different brand. Like Coke and Pepsi is the same thing. Cola, soda. The Knight Institute's brief argues that the social media platform's content moderation decisions are protected by the First Amendment because they reflect the exercise of additional judgment, but that this protection is limited under a proper interpretation of the First Amendment. The brief argues the court should hold both states must carry provisions unconstitutional because they override the platform's editorial judgment and cannot satisfy even intermediate scrutiny. The brief also urges the court to reject the party's most extreme arguments about the Florida Texas law provisions. Now, the reason why I know this one is because when I heard about this, I decided to test this out. When I hear things, I look into it. I do my research like I did here, right? This is proof. So I went to Cornhorn. Let's just call it that, right? We all know what I'm talking about here. And I went to see if I could watch videos about corn. And they said, based on the region of where you are, your state says you need to you need to verify your ID, and blah 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 blah. A lot of these websites decided not to host in those states, right? So obviously, I live in Texas, and well, I was like, okay, I guess this happened. I guess I can't watch corn like I used to if I ever wanted to watch corn. I guess I can't watch certain things that would be considered corn, even though they weren't. They were just very explicit in their movies because of the Texas state law. My right to choose what I want to do, and I would show the clip, but Warner Brothers flagged that video about the Demolition Man speech as copyright. So while it doesn't do anything to my channel, I tried to contest and say it was fair use, and they said fuck you. So corporal's gonna corpo. Well, yeah, I even tried that. I tried like 16 different sites, and they were all the same. All right. I had to use ID, but when I use VPN, however, when I use a VPN, I can go anywhere. So I literally use a VPN all the time, which is another reason why probably X had a little hissy fit because I have a VPN. I keep my VPN all the time. Yep. So yeah, that's literally a thing now. So my right to choose what I want to see is limited, just like everyone else. Now, this is from the Electronic Frontier Foundation Hub, right? And they said the U.S. House version of KOSA is still a censorship bill. A companion bill to the Kids Online Safety Act was introduced by House last month. Despite minor changes, it suffers from the same fundamental flaws as its Senate counterpart. At its core, this bill is still an unconstitutional censorship bill that restricts protected online speech and gives the government the power to target services and content it finds objectionable. So what happens? Do y'all remember 2020 in Facebook and Twitter? If you ever said something about coffee, right? They would say Facebook fact checkers find this false. Here's why. Here's the real sources. And then later on, we found out that actually those people were right. That were told they were lying. And then when Elon bought X, we also found out the government was telling Twitter to censor things they didn't like, especially with Donald Trump's election. That all came out in the X Files. Does everyone remember that? So yeah. Here we break down the House version of KOSA is just as dangerous as the Senate version and why it's crucial to continue opposing it. Core First Amendment problems. EFF has consistently opposed KOSA because though several iterations of the Senate bill, it continues to open the door to government control over what speech content can be shared and accessed online. Our concern, which we share with others, is that the bill's broad and vague provisions will force platforms to censor legally protected content and impose age verification requirements. What did we see with Pickaxe? They want to say, oh, he just wants porn, bro. He just wants porn. I said, no, you censor. You say you don't censor, and you censor. and you're imposing age requirements for ID, just like YouTube. They literally said that to you. Like I showed the picture, right? I showed that whole picture, right? Where they say that. And their shield's defending and they're saying, oh, he just wants porn. No. I understand you don't want porn. I don't have a problem with that. If I want to go porn, like you said, I'll go on X. I want free speech. If you're going to censor, I would like you to be honest and say you censor. If you have AI, I would like you to be honest and say you have AI. But the main thing is you also have agent verification. I don't want that. I don't want my information out there and be hacked and have some pervert use it for who knows what. I don't want to find out there's a Lavistro AI voice. I want to find out that someone hacked and managed to get my home but through hacking and altering records and data. I don't want to find out that my account gets hacked and spams everyone. Right? No, you're not gonna get my ID. I'm sorry. I just don't show you my ID. I'm sorry. I do have a blue check mark on my main account, but at that time period, I don't know if they still do it now, but that time period, they just wanted my face. They wanted me to prove it by putting this, that, and the other thing. So I did that. Hmm. That's another thing you could have done. You could have said, okay, to prove this, you should take a picture of yourself with the words we're going to tell you here. So you would have to write those words, your username, and whatever thing they wanted you to add. There are accounts that are like that. There are verification systems that are like that, where you have to prove your ID through a picture of your face and your name. I think Tinder does that. Tinder does that verification. If I remember, one of my friends was telling me about it. But anyways, the age verification would drive away both minors and adults who lack the proper ID or who value their privacy and anonymity. So basically, we can say right now that this is discriminating against the illegals, or I'm sorry, not illegals, undocumented immigrants. This bill is discriminatory against undocumented immigrants since they don't have a valid ID. They don't have the right to privacy. They don't get to protect themselves from daddy government, from sending them back online. And I'm being facetious here, but this is an argument for the left, right? In reality, I'm like, yeah, this be one time where that would be a good thing. But anything when it comes to law is a double-edged sword. If you can attack one side, it will attack the other. Double-edged. Dangerous for everyone, especially young people. One of the key components of KOSA has been its potential harm. Yeah, exactly. I'll stop streaming. I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to deal with all this nonsense. If YouTube requires me to do an HID, buy YouTube. If Rumble requires me to do HID, buy Rumble. I'll stream on X. If X starts requiring it, buy X. Kick, buy Kick. I'll go on Odyssey. I'll go on Discord. I will let my people know, hey, this is where you can find me. Yeah, he loves his corn on the cob. That's for sure. He loves his corn. He's obsessed with corn. Like, he's got shucked corn. He's got corn on the cob. He's got pictures of steamed corn. All that stuff. No, I'm kidding. But anyways, so one of the key concerns is potential harm to population aims to protect young people. KOSA's broad censorship requirements would limit minors' access to critical information and resources, including educational content, support groups, and other forms of legitimate speech. This version does not alleviate that concern. For example, this version could still suppress search results for young people searching sexual health and reproductive rights information. Block content relative to the history of oppressed groups, such as the history of slavery in the U.S., which you should never block history. People need to learn about. I'm a big advocate of learning about history. No matter how dirty it is, people need to learn about it. I'm still learning things I did not know that people said, "Oh yeah, this is a thing." So I'm still learning things about history I didn't know. Definitely use activists across the political across. Notice how you say across the political spectrum. So both right and left, by preventing them from connecting and advocating on their platforms, and block young people seeking to help for mental health or addiction problems from accessing resources and support. What if they can't have someone to talk to and they find someone to talk to about their addiction or mental health issues? That's going to block them on this one. when I call in for mental health issues, I usually call in as anonymous, even unless I'm calling for the VA's veteran crisis hotline, which I haven't had to do in over 3 years. As sensitive young people have told us, these concerns are just the tip of the iceberg. Under the guise of protecting them, KOSA will limit minors' ability to self-explore, to develop new ideas and interests, to become civically engaged citizens, and to seek community and support for the very harms KOSA ostensibly aims to prevent. So they won't be able to get help. They won't be able to be civically engaged in their culture. Like, how many times have politicians said kids today don't understand their culture, kids today don't care about America? Well, this bill will literally ensure they don't care, because you're censoring them from their history. You won't be able to develop new ideas and interests, engage people. My son literally will watch a Minecraft video on YouTube, and then he will try to learn how to do that. My son is 10 years old, and when he was 6 years old, he made an AFK chicken farm. I'm not kidding. He used the red powder thing, the redstone dust, whatever, and he made it to where the chickens would breed, and then it would get shoved into uh the eggs would get shoved in one area, and the chicken would get shoved into another, and it would get cooked, and it would get put into a box. So you had a bunch of eggs and you had a bunch of meat that ended up turning out to be rotten meat. But it was, for a 6-year-old, that was pretty interesting that 6-year-old was able to do this. And he watched it from watching a YouTube video and then modified it. Sebrew, hello. Hello to the Sebrews. So, duty of care provision. So you remember how he said duty of care? That's the same as saying the interest of the child in divorce. Also, duty of care. So this policy, this part right here, is to protect it from being removed and repealed. Because if you repeal that, you're not thinking of the children. We have an interest to protect the child. We have a duty of care to protect the child. This is in the interest of the child. This is in the interest of the duty to care for the child. The more the government controls and takes my rights away as a parent, the less I can raise my son to have critical thinking skills and do what he's needed to do for his country. If he decides he wants to be a soldier and he doesn't have critical thinking skills, he is going to die on the battlefield of Minecraft. He will be slaughtered. People don't realize that. People think that soldiers just full string go boom, or shoot, point gun, shoot, boom, boom. No. You have to critically think, and you have to think on your feet at all times. You're hunting the most intelligent apex predator on Earth. You take all the politics and reasons out of it. It is literally hunting. You are trying to seek and engage the enemy. You're seeking and engage your prey. That's literally what it is. And you have to think on your feet, or else you'll be the one hunted. Yes, Seaver, exactly. And like I said, I don't normally do politics, but this is one thing where I couldn't do it as an 8-minute video. And I know people are saying, well, what's this to do with gamers? You talk about parents. Yes, I'm getting into that. I'm going to get into exactly, if you haven't figured it out, I'll get right into why this would affect gaming. Because I already mentioned it in the beginning that the lawyer they sought to exclude was a lawyer that did geek therapy culture, and he has experience with children and adolescents, and he talks about video games. He was on CNN. He has a lot of credentials, and he fucked up by putting some misinformation or inaccurate information that they're accusing as AI. And because he fucked up, NetChoice, a conservative group, had to remove him. And the Attorney General of Louisiana did this so she could get clout and attention and support for her cause. She's an opportunist. She's a Karen. She's a collective shout out activist, in my opinion. She's not working for a collective shout because that's Australia, but she might as well be. All right. So, anyways, because of KOSA's obligations to police specifically to users who are minors, there are open questions how enforcement would work. How would a platform need to be that a user, in fact, a minor, before KOSA liability attaches? The Senate version of the bill has one answer for all the covered platforms. Obligations attached when a platform has actual knowledge or knowledge fairly implied on a basis of objective circumstances that a user is a minor. This is broad, vague, standard that would not require evidence that a platform actually knows the user is a minor for it to be subject to liability. So basically, they could argue that Lavistro, the Dragon of Cyberspace, is a 17-year-old because he plays a lot of video games. They could argue that. But the only way they can do that now, like in YouTube standard, is prove I have an ID. Which, I mean, if you can hear from my voice, it's very manly, has a lot of testosterone, and clearly is not someone who's a child. The House version of KOSA limits this slightly by creating a tiered knowledge standard under which platforms are required to have different levels of knowledge based on the platform size. Under this new standard, the largest platforms or high-impact online companies are required to carry out KOSA's provisions with respect to users they knew or should have known are minors. This, like the sentence person standard, would not require proof that a platform actually knows a user is a minor for it to be held liable. Mid-sized platforms would be held to a slightly less stringent standard, and the smallest platforms should only be liable if they have actual knowledge that the user is under the age of 17. So wait a minute. Why are you making certain concessions for smaller users, like, say, Rumble, Gab, Getter, and maybe Pickaxe, right? But you're going to have stringent standards for platforms, say, Facebook, YouTube, X, all them, Twitch, Discord. So I'm just going to say, like, the rule of law should be applied equally here. This right here is discriminatory. This right here is discriminatory. So if you're a smaller platform, you're not hitting to the small standard. Not that I agree with the standard. Don't get me wrong. Not that I agree with the standard. I disagree with this whole thing heartedly because it violates gamers' rights, it violates parents' rights, it violates American rights to privacy, all that. It violates consumer rights and companies' rights to live their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It violates all three of that. But I'm saying, if you notice, based on your level, I don't know if they're going to cover it, but based on your level, your size of your platform, you're held to more scrutiny or less scrutiny, not equally. For example, would it be fair if I go out and let's say I rob a bank, right? And I get a slap on the wrist saying don't do it again because I've never done this before and I'm doing it now and I'm just one person. I don't have a criminal record, right? And then would it be fair for that same person who doesn't have a criminal record, right? Let's say it's another person who has a criminal record, but it's three people, right? Three people do it. And it's like, and they say, okay, you're going to get fined $250, maybe 7 days in jail, and you go away. And then let's say you're a criminal mastermind. You have a whole crew like Ocean's 11 or whatever, right? You think of those heist movies, right? And you get arrested. They say you got life in prison for the same offense, regardless of size. And your size says, okay, you get less penalties, but if you're a bigger group, you're going to get more penalties. That's not how the law works. Baby Shark. Well, again, this change is slightly improvement over the sentence version. The narrowing effect is small. First off, I'm going to say they didn't point out what defines as the smaller standard in this article. So I don't even know that. The knowledge standard is still problematically vague, for one, where platforms cannot clearly decipher when they will be liable. They are likely to implement dangerous age verification measures anyway to avoid. And that's what they want. They want you to say, okay, use an ID system. They want you to use that, but they can't force you to use that. So they make it vague. So that way, if you don't, it's kind of like taxes, right? It's one of the jokes about taxes. You owe money to the government. Okay, how much I owe? I don't know. You got to figure out. Well, if I don't figure out, you'll go to jail, right? No, you figure it out. But they make you force these companies to get an ID card verification system, right? Just like in the UK. More importantly, even the House's tinkering slightly reduces liability to the smallest platforms. This version of the bill incentivizes large and mid-sized platforms, which again host the vast majority of all online speech, to implement age verification systems. This will threaten the right to anonymity and create serious privacy and security risks for all users. Yes, you have a right to privacy, and the Fourth Amendment guarantees you the right to privacy and security and be safe in your own home. This violates that right, which I've already said. They emphasize large and mid-sized platforms like YouTube and all of them but it would favor Gab and Getter and all these other smaller ones like Rumble, because Rumble is, regardless of what you say, yes, it's growing and all this stuff. But regardless of what you say, it favors them. So this is I would not be surprised if Rumble, Gab, Getter. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying I would not be surprised if True Social, Gab, Getter, Rumble, and Pickaxe, the new platform that's coming out, all these smaller companies came out and did what corporals do, corporals, and literally bought these politicians to make sure they would get smaller stringencies so they could succeed. Because if people are finding they can't do this, like I said, what I say, if YouTube requires me to use an ID, I'm going to X. If X requires an ID, I'm going to Rumble. If Rumble requires me an ID, I'm going to Kick. If Kick requires an ID, I'm going to BitChute or Odyssey or these other platforms. And if I try every other platform out there and I still have to show an ID, I'm just going to leave the internet. So it would give these smaller platforms. I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I'm not saying that's what these corporations are doing. I'm saying it gives them an incentive to grow, and these other ones would be hindered. It's not fair across the board. It's not equal under the law. It is literally not equal under the law, which is literally what America stands for: equality, equal under the law. All men are created equal. And it may be, regardless of if it's a business or a person. A business is created by a man or a woman. It's a human created business. Therefore, that business also has equal protections under the law. We may not like these corporations, all right? And I'm actually surprised I had to, explain this, in this sense. We may not like these corporations, but they have that right, just as you do, right? And it's not fair for them that they required more heavy penalties and you required less. When I'm saying is, regardless if you're a Joe Schmo or Bill Gates, you violate the law, you should be held accountable equally under the rule of law. Same penalties across the board. But still, I still totally disagree with this kind of thing. So let's make it clear, I'm not agreeing to ID verification system. I hate this bill 100%. The exclusion for non-interactive platforms. The bill excludes online platforms where chat, comments, or interactivity is not the predominant purpose of the service. This could potentially narrow the number of platforms subject to KOSA's enforcement by reducing some of the burdens on websites that aren't primarily focused on interaction. One thing I want to understand would be Roadblocks and Among Us be considered non-interactive platforms, right? However, this solution is legally problematic because it's unclear language. Well, again, the platform gets to where it applies to them. For instance, does Instagram fall into this category, or would image sharing be its predominant purpose? What about TikTok, which has a mix of content sharing and interactivity? This ambiguity could lead to inconstant enforcement and legal challenges, the mirror which tends to chill online speech. Definition of compulsive usage. So finally, the House version of KOSA updates definition of compulsive usage from any repetitive behavior reasonably likely to cause psychological distress to any repetitive behavior reasonably likely to cause a mental health disorder, which the bill defines as anything listed as diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders. I wish I did not shut that down. Let me go pull it up here. Hold on, because I want to point something out here. All right, let me get my history on my separate tab here. Remember that guy they said that she had a hissy fit about and wanted his statement removed because of AI or something like that, right? I don't know if you remember that, right? But I have sitting here. Hold on, I'll pull it in. Right. So remember this part here. Oh. Where it says mental health disorders. And for being as a licensed psychologist, video game research, the guy I believe it is because everything seems to fit, right? And he covers mental health disorders. He advised and helped advise for policies, and covered video games, all this other stuff. Mikey, when we play Satisfactory and we play it for 2 hours, what's that annoying thing we happen to see on our screen? For those who don't know, it says you've been playing for 2 hours, you've been playing for 4 hours, you've been playing for 6 hours, you've been playing for 8 hours. And I'll say, don't you tell me how long I've been playing. I don't give a fuck. I'll play for however long as I want. I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. All right. So there's that. This change pays lip service to concerns we and many others have expressed that KOSA is overboard and will be used by state attorneys to prosecute platforms for hosting species defined harmful for minors. Exactly what Mikey's saying. By the way, how's my voice handling? Is my voice coming clear? I know the last Lavistro Rants episode when we were talking about pickaxe, but I did not notice. No one told me this, but my volume was really low. So I'm hoping I'm loud and clear. If I'm not, let me know so I can make adjustments later on in the future or try to make them live. Yeah. So, however, invoking the name of the healthcare professional's handbook does not make up for the lack of scientific evidence that minor technology use causes mental health disorders. This definition of compulsive usage still leaves the door open for states to go after any platform that is claimed to have a factor in child's anxiety or depression diagnosis, which includes video games. You're addicted to video games. How many times have we seen that video games are the World Engagement Forum, the UN, right? The UN. It said, I'll see if I can pull it up. I think I have it in my my bookmarks here. Uh, uh, we're looking at forum. Where is it? I don't seem to have it. But back in during the coffee years, right? During the mass days, there was 2 articles that came out back to each other. Before the 5 days to slow the spread, it said video games are unhealthy and causes mental issues, mental disorders. And then after COVID, it came out and said, "Oh, by the way, video games are healthy for you, and it's a great way to stay indoors and this and that and all this other stuff." Right? So we can see that happen here. I have to find out the article one day. Anyways, KOSA remains a censorship threat. Despite some of the changes, the House version of KOSA retains its fundamental constitutional flaws. It encourages government-directed censorship, dangerous digital age verification, and overbroad constant restriction on all internet users, and further harms young people by limiting their access to critical information resources. Lawmakers know this bill is controversial. Some of its proponents have recently taken steps to attach KOSA to amendment to the 5-year reauthorization of the Federal Aviation Administration. The last must pass legislation until the fall. This would effectively bypass public discussion of the House version. Just last month, Congress attached other contentious, potentially unconstitutional bill related to unrelated legislation, including a bill banning TikTok inside of a foreign aid package. It's called paper clipping. We've seen, if you watch classic Simpsons, for example, Krusty the Clown becomes a senator or something like that. He goes to Congress, becomes a senator, and they make fun of him and laugh at him, like all the politicians laugh at him. And so to get his legislation passed, they showed the Simpsons and all kinds of scummy stuff, including bribing, blackmail, and adding and attaching the bill, Krusty's bill, to a bigger bill, right? So this has been going on as far as at least the 90s and the 80s and 90s. This is something that's not new. All right. And how many times have we heard during the Trump administration, like, we're required to read a bill. We can't read a bill and vote for this in a certain amount of hours. Okay. Then say so and don't vote on it because you haven't read it. And then read it when you have a chance to read it. You should read before you sign. This is why I harp on reading terms of service. You should read the law before you vote on it because it would cause you career suicide in Minecraft. We continue to oppose KOSA in House and Senate forums and urge legislators, blah, blah, blah. Right? So here's the UK's version, right? We're gonna cover that. We're gonna be up for a little bit later, but just to show you what we got going on, because I gotta use the bathroom again, and I need some more water because my voice is training. We got Project Censored, who also stands as well. And then we're just going to cover some things on the bill. So that's it. But yeah, no, I just wanted to rant on all this stuff real quick with everybody, because I tried to make this in a short, compact 8-minute thing, and I couldn't do it. So if y'all give me a moment to refill my water cup, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna smoke a cigarette this time because well, I'm getting angry. I need to smoke a cigarette. I will put the intro song back up for the stream start song, because it's 7-minute song and due. But we'll be back 5 minutes tops. I'm just gonna get some more water and smoke a cigarette. Thank you very much, and use the bathroom.
From ashes I rise, dragon of cyberspace. I'm a dragon defiant, alone in my lair, woke to wreak havoc, torch lies in the air. They swore I was nothing, just myth and decay, but I clawed from the dark to seize my own way. Two tribes claim their rule to carve the land's heart. One sterilizes life, one tears truth apart. My voice fills the venom, my fire's the blaze, poisoning their strongholds, burning their world away. I'd stand alone, but your lost souls gave rise to my wings. Each heart fuels my flight, lets my spirit sing. Rants and chains, I roar to the skies. With my venom and blaze, I melt their lies. I don't know why your soul chose my flame to uphold. Lost souls by my side, we break their grim hold. From none to 10 souls, 500 found my lair. Each a lost soul, rebel hearts beyond compare. You're the gust in my wings, each one fierce, never tame. My thanks for your lift, you embolden my fly. We Your faith makes my fire burn fierce through their lies. To the skies false martyrs curse my name as I rise. I drop them in flight, let their falsehoods decay. Two tribes forge their myths, I will bow to their sway. They bred me unhinged, savage fueling their claims. New allies join my wrong, we burn their gods in our flames. With their chains I roar to the skies, with my venom and
we're back. Sorry, I really need to use the bathroom. And yes, I went back to smoking not too long ago because, well, I had some real life issues they got to deal with. And uh, to be perfectly honest, when my granddad died early June, I went back to smoke. So, but thank you for waiting. We're going to continue on. So, like I said, there are several examples in our lives where we can point out that we were exposed to things we shouldn't have seen and should not have access to, right, as kids. And our parents did their best. Like, if people are going to probably label me for a pedophile for this, but I'm not a pedo bear, is that you can't protect kids from everything. The best you can do, right, is monitor and you got to watch kids 24/7. Let's just put it that way. You have to watch kids 24/7. And you're not going to be able to do it right because all humans are flawed. And government institutions are institutions of humans. They are inventions of humans, right? To protect our rights. And they don't always get it right. We have histories of that. You go look at the Prohibition and you go look up images of the Prohibition era, you'll see images. Like, for example, there's a Prohibition museum, I believe in Minnesota. And in there's women calling for the ban on or prohibition on alcohol. 1800s, before 1880s, prostitution was legal. And I'm not advocating for prostitution either, but when they banned that because of human trafficking, people created porn, right? And you could ban that, and people are just going to find something else. So now they're trying to do this and say, "Oh, we're gonna use IDs." And as I've stated, Jim Comey, when he was the FBI director, told Nancy Pelosi in a congressional hearing, according to the ACU, that the Patriot Acts were abused, right? Or he said they weren't abused, but he said, and ACU says, "Oh, here's the evidence where it was abused," right? And by the Constitution, we have not declared war, or Congress has not declared war since World War II. So, but another thing I want to point out before we continue on, because it ties into this, is Theodore Roosevelt wrote an article in the late 1800s, and it was called Concerning Americanism or True Americanism. It has different names. But he said just because something is foreign from America doesn't mean it's not American. But he also said just because something comes from another country does not mean we should also use it. And as I said, my friend Seen and Heard, who plays with us on Fridays for Satisfactory, which I would rather be playing right now than doing this. I kid you not. I hate politics. But he says he can't access NSFW channels on Discord because he has to show his ID, and he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want his information hacked. So the Electric Frontier Foundation has his article says, no, the UK's Online Safety Act doesn't make children safe. By the way, when I was stepping out to take a quick break, I want to know what people thought of this song that was playing. That's something I'm doing for the Flight to 500 final video because we're almost at 500 subs. But anyways, just let me know what you thought about that. Young people should be able to access information, speak to each other and to the world, play games, and express themselves online without the government making decisions about what speech is permissible. All right. The Village versus Skokie. I would rather them speak their venomous rhetoric than dictate what the American people can and cannot say. That is a SCOTUS ruling. But in one of the largest misguided attempts to protect children online, internet users of all ages in the UK are being forced to prove their age before they can access millions of websites under the country's Online Safety Act, KOSA. Legislation attempts to make the UK the safest place in the world to be online by placing a duty of care. Here it is again, duty of care. Duty of care. We're gonna see that again on online platforms to protect their users from harmful content. It mandates that any site accessible in the UK, including social media, search engines, music sites, and adult content providers, enforce age checks to prevent children from seeing harmful content. This is defined in 3 categories, and failure to comply could result in fines up to 10% of the global revenue or courts blocking services. Primary content that is harmful to children, pornographic content, understandable. Content which encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for suicide, self-harm, and eating disorder behaviors associated with eating disorder. So McDonald's gonna have an ad saying "ba ba 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 bum, I'm loving it," but you can't have eating anything that can encourage eating disorders on the internet. Now, this is the UK, but if this was also in America, just think about that. It's not equally protected under law. Content that's abusive on the basis of race, religion, sexual, blah, blah, blah. Content that incites hatred, so hate speech again, which we see a lot of like Gab, Getter, all these free speech platforms, they have a hate speech policy, which I pointed out, to be fair to them, is because of Google and Apple app having that requirements for apps in their marketplace. Content encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for serious violence against a person, bullying content. So basically, the fact that Mikey and I like to tease Sonya would be considered bullying content, even though we're the ones that literally stand up for her and consider her a friend. Yeah, we bully tease her, but it's just all fun and games at the end of the day. And she could always say, and rarely ever does say, that we've gone too far. Because in our teasing and stuff, we're actually what's the right word? We're actually not trying to harm her, and we're not trying to bully her, and she knows we're always there for her. But if you don't have to take my word for it. You can ask her yourself. Content which depicts serious violence against graphically depicts serious injury to a person or animal. So basically, a lot of video games, it's sexual, graphically depicts serious injury to a person or animal. So if you kick a dog that in a video game, that's a serious thing. It's a serious injury. Battlefield, you're shooting guns, serious injury. You know, alive. Content that encourages, promotes, or provides instructions for stunts and challenges that are highly likely to result in serious injury. So it's okay to show that and say kick ass on cable TV, but it's not okay for the internet. Content that encourages the self administration of harmful substances. While I disagree with using certain substances, um, that's still free speech unless it's actually illegal substances. So, like, for example, the self-administration of harmful substances could be alcohol, could be, if it's legal in your area, marijuana, could be cigarettes, it could be anything they consider to be harmful to your body. Because a lot of things are harmful to your body, and we still do it. Not to say content is harmful to children. NCD content is NCD if it presents material risk of significant harm to a appreciate number of children in UK, provided the risk of harm does not flow from any of following the content's potential financial impact and safety or quality of goods featured. This is a way they can censor games. Right here, this is another way they can censor games. Because how many times do they try to argue that games are harmful and promote violence? How many times have they said that people who play violent video games or certain eroges demean women and would make you demean women? You know, which yeah, I go around be snarky all the time around women and all that other stuff. But it's not because of video games. It's just it's a joke. At the same time, when you see me offline or when I talk around certain things, I try to be respectful to people. But when I'm online and I'm live, I've noticed people find it entertaining when I'm snarky as shit. So my content would be banned. And a lot of people's content would be banned. Video games will be banned. Online service providers supposed to make a judgment about whether the content they host is harmful to children, and if so, address the risk by implementing a number of measures, which includes robust age checks, use a highly effective age assurance to protect children from this content. It serves to have a minimum age requirement and are not using highly effective age assurance to prevent children under the age. Using the service, they should assume that younger children are on their service and take appropriate steps to protect them from harm. It is all users on the site. The host ID content was verified age. Basically, what you expect a parent to do. You expect a corporation to parent a child. You know the best. You know the best sort back in the 90s, they tried to ban Mortal Kombat 1, the original Mortal Kombat, right? Try to ban that and Night Trap and these other games. And they kind of failed to do so, right? They kind of failed in that. But what was created as a result was a lot of video game companies came out and created a coalition called the ESRB, Electronic Software Review Board, right? ESRB. And they had ratings like N for mature, Y for youth, AO for like if you have an AO game, your game is not going to, uh, it was a bad rating because like you're not going to see a lot of reach. Um, the T for teens and all that other stuff, right? That was to help parents make a decision on what they could see in their games. Oh yeah, and they tried their collective shout tried that recently, Mikey. Um, Again, there's I have a video on it where I showed about Manhunt, but it was a different game. And it was because they had it removed from Steam because there's pictures of a real person, even though that real person was the person who made the game, and she's an indie developer, and she really wanted to talk about people being aggressively women who are targeted and aggressively loved, and you're trying to solve that case, right? So you see all these videos and feeds, which is her acting, right? It got removed. Now it's not a game I would play necessarily because the way she describes it, it sounds political, but you know, yes, Postal's another one. That's another one. I had never played Postal, but I've seen games of it. Fucked up, violent. I haven't thought about if I would want to play it or not. But yeah, that's another one that people. Another one is Gary's mod. I believe Gary's mod was another one that was fucked up. People trying to get banned. Um, for algorithm services will restrict to configure algorithms to ensure children are not present with the most harmful content and take actions to protect them from harm. Or the safest algorithm in the world has been around since the first human family in 500,000 BC or whatever. It's called the parent. Effective moderation. All services must have content moderation systems in place to take swift action against content harmful to children when they become aware of it. Again, best option for that is surprising the parent, not the King of England, not the President of the United States, not the Congress, not the Parliament, nobody, just the parent. Since these measures took effect in late July, social media platforms Reddit, Blue Sky, Discord, and X all introduced age checks to block children from seeing harmful content on their sites. Porn sites like Pornhub and YouPorn implemented age assurance checks on their sites, now asking users to either upload government-issued ID, provide an email address for technology to analyze other online services where it had been used, or submit their information to a third-party vendor for age verification. Sites like Spotify are also requiring users to submit face scans to third-party digital identity company UOT to access content labeled 18 plus. Ofcom, which oversees implementation of the KOSA, went further by sending letter to try and enforce U.S. legislation on U.S.-based companies, such as the right-wing platform Gab. And I mentioned Gab. It has hate speech policies. It doesn't have hate speech policies, but it bans porn, right? It bans adult games. It bans games that shows a nipple, even if it's not an adult game. UK is not alone in pursuing such a misguided approach to protect children online. The U.S. Supreme Court recently paved the way for states to require websites to check for age of users, exit materials. Of course, in France, last week ruled that porn websites check users' age. The European Commission pushing forward, which plans to test its age verification app. And Australia's ban on youth under the age of 16 accessing social media is likely to be implemented in December. But the UK scramble is to find an effective age verification method shows us that there isn't one. And it's high time for politicians to take that seriously. The Online Safety Act is a threat to the privacy of users, restricts free expression by arbitrating speech online, exposes users to algorithm discrimination through face checks, and leaves millions of people without a personal device or form of ID excluded from accessing the internet. And to top it off, the UK internet users are sending a very clear message they do not want anything to do with this censorship regime. Just days after age checks came into effect, VPN apps became the most downloaded on Apple's App Store in the UK, and a petition calling for the repeal of the Online Safety Act hit recently more than 400,000 signatures, which the response from the UK government was fuck off. peasant. Fuck off. The internet must remain a place where all voices can be heard, free from discrimination or censorship by government agencies, which I agree. And if you, like I said, if you don't remember, there was the X Files, not the X Files TV show. There was the Twitter X Files or Twitter Files, as they originally called, which showed all the emails that even went up to Jack Dorsey himself. People were trying to censor Trump. People were trying to censor voices they did not like. Even the government itself was demanding that they censor things for COVID. And people got angry when I heard about that. If the UK really wants to achieve its goal of being the safest place in the world to go online, it must lead the way in introducing policies that actually protect all users, including children, rather than pushing the enforcement of legislation that harms the very people it was meant to protect. So yeah, it's very similar to the American bill. Well, one thing I want to point out here is Justice Thomas disagreed with Justice Scalia on games for free speech. All right, and if I remember correctly, he was in on the Texas and Florida lawsuits. If I remember correctly, I don't know, but do you think that these bills would have passed if Scalia was still around? Scalia was a classic liberal and a conservative. He actually said he believed the Constitution protected your right to have tactical nukes, as he called them. Basically, you could have any weapon. You want a tank, you want an Abrams tank, you have a right to it. That was his belief. He was a constitutionalist judge. That's what they called him, a constitutionalist judge. He was Catholic. He was devout American, and a husband. And apparently, I believe he was also a father. But he always ruled under the rule of law of the Constitution as it was meant to be interpreted. He got love and hate from Republicans and Democrats on both sides. But in my view, he was one of the best judges we've had. And I think he would have said, haha, no, this is not right. I actually believe that. If he was still around and someone brought this lawsuit, he would have struck it down. Let's go ahead and cover Project Censored here. I just want to add more context. Growing concerns about social media. It's basically, I'm just repeating a lot of what I've already said. First introduced in the US in 2022. And what happened? You know what else happened in 2022? Not to have a tinfoil happen. Do you know what happened in 2022? We covered it in one of my first videos for Lavistro Rants when I was discussing about pickaxe and all these people. Gib and Gab, when Parler got shut down by Jack Dorsey's Twitter, using the government to do so, people were looking for a free speech alternative, and Getter comes out, and Gab, and I think, I'm not sure, don't quote me on it, but I think True Social also came out shortly thereafter or around the same time. And they're all saying your voice, free speech. And then Tim Pool was covering it before he went crazy, in my view, and pointed out that they don't have free speech. They have free speech for themselves. But anyways, has gone through multiple revisions and gained support of more than 62 senators to fight criticism from digital rights advocates. So before anyone says that people that are against KOSA are white van driving bears to offer free candy, let's say, it received criticism from digital rights activists, but also child safety organizations. So organizations that are interested in the safety of children were against this bill, and civil rights groups. The most recent version of the bill would impose a duty of care, and here we see it again, duty of care, on platforms requiring them to mitigate possible harm to minors, such as cyberbullying, eating disorders, substance abuse, and sexual exploitation. It mandates that underage social media users be permitted to opt out of the algorithm requirements and turn off potentially addictive features of the platforms, while also providing parents with tools to protect your children. There are already tools to protect your children. The tablet that I use, right, actually lets me restrict my child's stream hours. It lets me know what apps he wants to install. And they already restrict. I got my son this tablet when he was in kindergarten. Okay, so 5 years ago. All right, and I haven't bought a new one or anything. He has a YouTube Kids app, which I still monitor every day. Anything that goes wrong in those apps, I can tell, right? So whenever it's on that tablet, it's at a certain time of day, and when it's a certain time is over, he can't. It shuts it off, and he can't access it. It says your screen time is over. Please ask your parent to unlock it. So I have to unlock it. All right. And I still go and see what his activity is and what he's downloaded and what he's read. And if there's anything I don't like, I can try to either have it removed from his system or tell him he's not allowed to have this app. And every day I can check to see if he's trying to pull a fast one on me and download the app to play it or use it, whatever, or not. And he knows that if he does break my rules, he's not going to have that tablet. Because I told him I don't want him to disobey my rules, or he'll never have this. Because all his friends had one. So there are tools. That was from 5 years ago. So there are tools in place already. You don't need a law for that. There are apps and tablets and social media devices meant for kids. And I still monitor as the parent what my kid is doing. When my kid goes to Animal Crossing, I don't let him go on Animal Crossing online unless I know who his friends are. He tells me who his friends are, and I still monitor all that. He's not allowed to play Among Us unless I'm playing it with him because I want to make sure there's no pervert in there trying to talk to my son. When he goes and plays Minecraft, he plays it on his own server rather than a joint server because I don't know if SteveBot99 is a bot or a pervert or a kid. I don't know. And it's my job to keep my kids safe. So I don't do that. But anyways, continuing on. The latest version of KOSA which signs supposed to enforce the bill's duty of care provision to the Federal Trade Commission. A companion bill introduced parallels the Senate bill in most respects, but would impose the strictest duties of care obligations only on high-impact social media messaging, video game platforms. There you go again. So, like Steam, for example, right? With more than 2.5 billion in annual revenue, so definitely Steam, right? Steam would be subject to this, or more than 150 million monthly users. Again, Steam platform. We could also say the Xbox Store. We could also say the Google Play app because it has video games. We could say the Apple App Store. We could say the PlayStation Network. We could say the Nintendo Store. You name it. And February 5th, GOG even. GOG. And I don't know if they have that many. I don't know if they make that much, but they're also suspect for that. And February 15th, 2024, article for the electronic EFF. Jason and all these guys argued that the updates to S1409 weren't enough to fix its core First Amendment issues. The after change the bill would endanger the LGBTQ youth, young people seeking mental health information, and many others at risk communities. Now, this part here, I roll my eyes out. I will not lie, because most children won't know what the fuck that's all about. Hold on. Oh yeah. I remember that, but I haven't played it yet. I still have yet to play it. I want to try to stream it, but I'm trying to see if I can stream on YouTube safely. So I'm researching that because I never played it. And I'd like to play it. And thank you, Sonny. I'll just leave that in there. I would not use the link tree too much. I had not updated it. Let me go check to see if that works. Okay, no, it's not going to do it for me. All right. So, anyways, young people seeking mental health information. Okay, when KOSA was first introduced, it opposed by attributes such as GLAAD and the Human Rights Campaign for similar reasons. If it contends that KOSA remains a dangerous bill that would allow government to decide what types of information can be shared and read online by everyone. To quote the judge in the village of Skokie versus National Socialist Party, I would rather them spew their venomous rhetoric than dictate what the American people can and cannot say. We don't have those people in office anymore. Want proof? The Texas anime bill, as people call it. I know this actual name. People say it's not against anime. Well, anime is also one of those things that could be considered not safe for kids if they would so choose. Because you're asking people who are out of touch with the American people, who are career politicians, like that woman who's been married for 30 years, have 4 grown-up sons, want to dictate how you raise your kids, even though she had a right, unfettered, full rights as a parent to raise her kids, demanding that you submit to this bill. Kelly McNeil-Mullen noted that because there's no case law redefining reasonable care, KOSA would put all platforms in compromising position for hosting otherwise legal content on their websites. And we just talked about that. Pickaxe called The Witcher and Duke Nukem porn. They said we don't allow pornography on the game, and I asked them to clarify that. Like, it's like, so you're saying this game's a porn game, even though it's rated M for mature. They clarify that. What about the government? Like these Pickaxe and Getter and Gab, all these places, they're political, so they could consider that porn. And we've seen Collective Shout as well say Duke Nukem is porn as well. People try to censor Stellar Blade on the left and the right. The First Descendant, right? Which does not have sexually explicit scenes in there. They're just jiggle physics and everything else, which I'm sorry to say, kids see a lot worse on the Discovery Channel. And kids walk down the street or even go to the beach and there's a big boob bimbo walking around in a bikini, they're going to see some jiggle physics. I'm sorry. It's just the nature of the beast. And then what about the European, going back to Europe, what about the European nudity beaches? Like there's nude beaches in Europe, right? That was something that I was aware of from watching movies and stuff like Home Alone and stuff like that. Home Alone 2, I believe. I don't know if kids can go in them, but let's say they can. They're being exposed to that. Another thing that I mentioned to the CEO of Pickaxe, the statue of David was left with his doodle hanging out for hundreds of years in the town square, for over 100 years, like 200-300 years, in a town square where there was women and children walking around. And don't tell me that women back then did not see that statue and someone would goon over it. Don't tell me that was not a thing. Because I've noticed when women see something that they find sexually attractive, they goon over it, just like we goon over our pair of tits. Right? So, anyways, what about support groups for vulnerable and underutilized youth and suicide prevention resources? Moreover, they argue that KOSA mandates that platforms restrict access to content based on age, forcing them to adopt some sort of age verification system. And her analysis of HR 7891 for EFF, Molly Buckley noted that though the House bill would limit the liability for at least popular platforms, it still incentivizes large and mid-sized platforms to implement age verification systems that it would threaten the right to anonymity and create seriously privacy and security risks for all users, plus violate the rights of businesses, the rights of fair trade. Because it's not being fair, it's they're restricting everything but smaller platforms. And what are, except for Blue Sky, most of those smaller platforms are right wing, right? Corporate outlets such as Washington Post and New York Times have covered successful iterations of KOSA, but had not examined thoroughly the implications of provisions such as its duty of care, which they keep pointing out here, which EFF has called a duty of censorship. Independent, technology-oriented news sites such as TechDirt have investigated implications in greater detail and censored young people's voices in their coverage. And like I said in the beginning, right, the AG lawyer in Louisiana that was saying people should support this bill, right? She's a Trump supporter. And to be full disclosure, I voted for Trump too, all right? And I'm nonpartisan. So people before say, oh, you just hate her because she's Trump. No, I'm actually left right-leaning. I'm actually a true right-leaning individual. I'm a classic liberal. I'm not a libertarian. I don't even claim to be libertarian. I hate when people say I'm libertarian. It actually pisses me off because they don't know what a fucking libertarian is. All right. And I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I'm a classic liberal. I hate all parties. I don't agree with parties in politics because the biggest threat to American freedom, the biggest threat to the human rights is the government. They are supposed to protect and serve and be shackled. The Constitution is literally the only document that has a lot of no's for the government and a lot of yeses for the American people. It's one of the few documents that actually has that. And then people don't know their civic education and don't know their rights. I don't get into politics because people want to argue all this nonsense. For example, like I said with Pickaxe, people have blocked me because I point out the issue of censorship, and Pickaxe decides to strum and say, "Oh, he just wants his porn." No, if I wanted my porn, I wouldn't even deal with Pickaxe. My problem is that they're false advertising. I want people aware of that, but they're not going to admit to that because it would make them look bad. And then when they found out I was a veteran of the United States military, the CEO's language and tone of his language, in my opinion, in his tweets changed directly to be more respectful for me. He's like, "Oh, this guy's not a gooner." Well, here's another thing, CEO of Pickaxe. If you decide you're going to watch my videos, which I doubt you're going to do, but let's just say you do, 90% of the United States military likes their porn and their games. 90% of the U.S. military has porn. There were soldiers that would, when they go to deploy in Iraq, would bring their laptops, and a terabyte back in the day was a lot of memory. And they would download a shitload of porn because in Iraq, porn was illegal. So you couldn't look on a Iraqi server, even though we couldn't use it because of Nipper, Sipper, all this other stuff. But they would bring their own porn and their own videos and stuff, movies and stuff to watch. That to say, but this is also a thing that's been going around for men and soldiers since time immemorial. You'll see that in a lot of movies and stuff. There's women with pinup gals. Hell, the Flying Fortress and those Boeings that were dropping bombs and shit, and especially the atom bombs, they had pinup gals painted on the side of their planes, which would be considered porn back then. Okay. So yeah, free speech. But as we saw in the video, as I pointed out, they define The Witcher, which is an ARPG rated M for mature, where in the first few scenes you can see Trish's ass right next to a naked Witcher, as porn. They define Duke Nukem, which you have a 3-titty monster and boobs on the side of walls and some naked women on a pinball machine, as porn. Even though you don't get to see Duke Nukem bone a chick. You don't see it. You could argue that the twins were doing it, but I could also argue they were probably doing something else because you don't physically see it. It's implied. Elfin, hello. Welcome. Analog. Yeah, exactly. If I wanted porn, I'd just go watch porn. Just saying. Exactly. So, as a parent myself, it's everything they're requiring these companies to do is something that's required for me to do as a parent. That's been my job to do since time immemorial, which, as I stated, I do every day. To the point where some people accuse me of being a helicopter parent, and I say, when it comes to the internet, I would rather be a helicopter parent than let some weirdo show his dong to my son. That's my job to determine what's safe for my kids, not the government's. And they're going to use this to attack gamers, as we have seen in several cases throughout this whole series, this whole live stream, where they said content would be dangerous to children. I gave examples of where they would try to use that. This would be a backdoor for censoring games that you play. And as I stated, with political types, you could say, my main argument is you could say this guy is on my tribe and everything else, but let's cut the spade a spade here. We found out that the Louisiana Attorney General is going after NetChoice or button heads, and she's a Republican, and they're conservatives. There's a difference between the two, right? You could argue that the same concept of the left eating their own, except for the fact that conservatives as a whole, as you notice, they don't call themselves a Republican group. They didn't refer to them as Republicans. She refers to them as conservatives. Now, when we're on the same side, someone like her, because she's a Republican and a politician, would say like I said, it's a Republican victory. But the moment they lose the fight, they say, well, it's the conservatives' fault. Yes. Jay Dragon, hello. How you doing? So that being said, we're going to cover the last part, which is the Kids Online Safety Act from Congress.gov, and we're just going to take a look at it, because, you have the right to know. You go to Congress.gov, or you Google search the Safety Act. Here it is, legislation, 19th Congress, S1748, Kids Online Safety Act, right? Introduced, passed Senate, passed House, through President, became law. So it hasn't become law. Hasn't made it to president, hasn't passed the House or Senate yet, but it's been introduced. So to protect the children of the internet, Mrs. Blackburn for herself, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Thune, Mr. Schumer. Chuck Schumer, I don't know who Thune is. We covered Blumenthal earlier when he was trying to cover things. We also found out that he lied about his military service and misled people And the argument is since he misled people on that, how do we know he's not misleading people on other things, right? And then we have Mrs. Blackburn here. You know, she's married, she's a woman, and it's a funny thing. All right, I'm going to say this right now. It's a funny thing. The temperance movement, which became prohibition, was female led. The PMRC, female led. The outrage against General Custer's Revenge video game, female led. The Night Trap game censorship, video game censorship back in the 90s, female led. The censorship of GTA, female led. Miller Lite and what's his name? That trans dude, I forget his name, Mulvaney, was the female VP. The leader, the executive that was overseeing Amazon Prime Video that butchered the Rings of Power and um, Wheel of Time series, for example, is ran by a female. Netflix ran by a female. I'm not trying to be sexist here. Okay, sure, I'm being sexist here, but it seems like we should tell these women to shut the fuck up. They shouldn't be running or leading things, much less being a civil servant. Don't get me wrong. There are some actors, probably some really good females out there that are great leaders. Don't get me wrong. But it seems like 9 times out of 10, when we're dealing with censorship, it's always some female leading the charge. Collective Shout, for an example. A bunch of females. Gamergate. Zoe Quinn is a female. So that's just my point that I want to point out is that I'm not trying to be sexist and misogynist here, but you can't ignore the facts here. That it seems like every time there's a censorship law, every time there's some advocacy calling for dictating what you can do with your money or dictate what you can and cannot say, it's some woman because she's fucking clutching her pearls. The trope of clutching your pearls comes from a female. Yes, and we covered that, Jade Dragon. We covered that throughout the whole thing. We even mentioned any interest in children in divorce cases. The reason why that's still around and it hurts children and families more than saves them is a multi-billion-dollar industry at this point. Divorce. You want to be a successful lawyer, be a divorce lawyer. Child support has a lot of money. They even violate veterans' rights. Yeah. They'll ignore federal law. There's no due process in a court of law of divorce cases. They'll even tell you that. Like if you go to divorce, I'll divorce, right? And I have full disclosure for those who want to use a straw man thing, so you don't sound like a fucking idiot. I have primary custody of my son. I could have had sole custody if I wanted it, which is a rare thing for a man to have. Okay. So just so y'all know that, and anyone say, "Oh, well, Lavistro salty because he has to pay child support." No, I don't, and I don't make his mom pay child support. I even told the state. I put my money where my mouth is. I told the state, I was like, "This is not in the interest of the child. We will not ever use child support." Right? But yes, they give the children to perform deaths of freedom has always been a thing. Prohibition, the PMRC in the '80s, and the Filthy 15, Tipper Gore, and all that. Hillary Clinton, like we've covered this multiple times. Exactly, which I won my case. I fought tooth and nail and won. I got lucky. I won't lie. I got lucky. The state I'm living in, they still side with the mom. I got lucky. But continuing on, because we're rambling here. All right, so let's go to these definitions here. Okay, so we got child, anyone who's under the age of 18. The term compulsive usage means persistent repetitive usage. So let's remember the age of 13, right? Anyone under the age of 13. It's not the under the age of 18. They're saying the age of 13. So we can automatically exclude anyone in high school. All right. The term compulsive usage means a persistent use of coverage, right? This impacts more major life choices. So basically, it's like when I was saying about satisfactory, reminding us that we spent 2 hours video game, meaning take a break, right? So they could say that technically me streaming online this long would be considered cumulative usage. Covered platform. In general, the covered platform means online platform, online video game. Whoop. What did we see there? Video games. They're trying to censor video games. It's a backdoor for video games. Didn't I say that? And we have not read this law yet. I have not read this law yet. I have not read this law yet. And like I said, for my viewers, we read the terms of service before we start a game to let you know it's a terms of service says that you're agreeing that the game is not yours, that you don't own that game and you're licensing it, or you can own it, and what the restrictions are to that game. Because I know no one reads the terms of service. This is why people who come to my channel knows that I don't just cover things in glaze. I literally will go and read things if I can. Even though I'm not a lawyer, I give you a nonpartisan viewpoint based on this. And I still say, based on this, still ask a lawyer. But since it's not a law, I don't have to say ask a lawyer. I go with my knowledge of the Constitution, because when I became a soldier and swore an oath to defend the Constitution, I realized I need to understand what that means. And I researched the founders' intent. The best way to understand the Constitution was to read the founders' own writings, to get inside their minds. Right? So that's what I've done. And as we can see, online video game. This is why history is important. People say, well, we don't have time to read history. We don't have time to read history. I made time to read history, and I found it constantly repeated itself. And what did we just see? What the fuck did we just fucking see? Online video games is a covered platform. The current coverage platform does not include an anti-Pacific provider, blah, 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 an email service, a teleconferencing or video conferencing service, which we could argue Discord, but they're going to say, oh no, well, because even though they have video chat, they also have regular text chat. So then that would also include Skype, right? The real-time communication, which I find it's kind of funny. This right here, right? There's this, I don't know the name of the chat. I've heard it before. I've seen videos of it, but there's this like video chat app where it randomizes your who you talk to. So you'll talk to someone for a few seconds and it randomizes, moves on to someone else, right? And who's to say a pervert won't show up on that feed and jack himself up? For example, what's that? Was he a CNN lawyer? Oh, not CNN lawyer. He was a CNN journalist. What's that guy's name? He got caught jacking off in a conference call on Skype in the presence of women. What's to say kids won't see that on a teleconference call? You don't think kids can't do video calls? My son, when his mom calls, she calls him for a video conference, a video call, so she could see him and he could see her. Kids use that. I'm just saying. And I'm a parent. Maybe you should talk to parents, but they know they're not going to, because you know why? If it's going to happen is they talk to a parent, especially a parent like me, and tell them, shut the fuck up, let me raise my kids my way. I had the right to raise my kids how I see fit. You go to do your thing. Why don't you go deal with that infrastructure that's been falling apart? Why am I paying high prices? That's what we're going to be telling them, and they don't want to hear that, so they want to go and play nanny for everyone else to get power. Real-time communication initiated by quickly identify blah blah blah. Wire messaging services that include the services provided for short messaging services protocols. That's not a component or linked to an online platform. So you could argue maybe Facebook, maybe. Let me think of one. What's that one? Kakao Talk, the one my son uses, because his mom's Korean. Kakao Talk is a Korean app. It's basically online messaging services that's not connected to a major platform. Let's see. Or exclusive function direct messaging. We'll continue on. Elementary school. So the schools are exempt from this. So a school would a school is exempt from this. You would think of all people, of all places that would be required and would be under this law, would be a school where children congregate, where children go by law to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, where they use and learn technology. You would expect them to have this thing because they have computers at the school. My son does most of his work on tablets. They rarely use books. They use tablets now. It's the future. When he comes home, he writes his math work. It shows his work on a paper, so he learns how to think critically. Right? Exactly. Which is why I'm also against unions. Because unions are just pointless. I got stories on unions. I used to be in a union. And I hated every second of it. Because I just wanted to fucking work. And when I went to race, go talk to your union rep. when they were on strike and I wanted to work because I needed money. They say, no, we're on strike. They got pissed at me because I walked in the building to go work, which devalidated their strike because you know what they struck over? Not for fair wages, because the soda machine was broken. I was like, motherfucker, I'll just go down the street and buy a soda across the street. All right. I was like, I'll go to a gas station and buy some sodas. I'm here to get I'm not here to get paid. I'm not here to sit around a water cooler all day. I'm not here to sit around and joke when there's stuff to come down the conveyor belt. I'm here to work. This was before my army days. I didn't understand. I was 18. I didn't understand I knew what a union was, but I didn't really understand it because I never, dealt with unions. I had to pay to be in a union. I had to pay for someone to represent me in my interest, which is, as you can see right now, I'm big against censorship. And I will also say, people say, your voice. I'm like, what do you know of my voice? Because it's like a union. What does the union know what I want or need for myself? If I believe that I am worth more than $25 an hour and I've done all this work, I should be able to go to my boss and say, hey, boss, how long have I been faithful to this company? Well, you've been here for 10 years. Awesome. How often have I been sick? You haven't taken any sick days. And obviously, I take my vacations, boss. But how often have I caused any issues in the company? How many times have you had to reprimand me for stuff? Actually, I think the first day you came here, you were new, but after that, you took to this job like a duck out of water. And how many times have I supported this company in every way, shape, or form? A lot. I'm asking for a raise or a promotion. What do you mean raise? You're paying me $25 an hour, which everyone else does, and they're all having other issues and stuff. But here I am working hard, and as you admitted, I'm the hardest working person in this company right now. I deserve a raise. Okay, how's $30 an hour sound? No. I want $40. I want $50. Why? My rent's gone up. This thing's gone up, and I pulled my ass off every day. I deserve a raise. I'm a valuable employee. You just said that, but I want double the money. I should be able to say that to my boss, not a union member. If I want to talk about things or share things, which we discovered, Pickaxe actually admitted they view The Witcher and Duke Nukem as porn games, which is an M-rated game, not an AO-rated game. And they say, we're here for your voice. What do you know of my voice? As you found out, I'm vehemently against censorship and lies and false advertising. You have AI, you have all this. And they try to misrepresent me as a porn addict every fucking time. So again, they said, we're bringing your voice back. And I just proved it. They don't know my fucking voice. Right? Big money game like corps that put all these limitations on pay via that guy and say it is what it is, but everything is negotiable at your job. Exactly. Right? But we're going off topic here, off tangent here. But my point being is, yeah, they're excusing themselves. That's why I don't like unions. But the school provider career and technical education. So surprise, another school. Oh, a school providing adult education, literary activities is exempt. Shocker. So a school providing adult education that might say there's more than 2 genders out there is exempt from this, and probably will make them read smut gay porn books, as we have seen. And so if you look at videos and stuff, there are parents going to school saying, why is my kid reading porn books at a school library? Yeah, I can quit porn whenever I want. I just don't want to. Yeah, institution of higher education. Oh, so any education, a library is exempt from this. So I could go to a library and look up porn at a library. I could, and believe it or not, when we didn't have the internet, the way I found mods and stuff for like The Sims and everything was at a library. And one of the things I saw at a library was little funny mustache man was right website that had a mod for Simulator Civilizations back when I was a kid, and I downloaded it into my disk that I had back before thumb drives were a thing, and downloaded that into my computer. I also downloaded, shocker, I think this is before the LL site was around. When I had the Sims game, I downloaded adult mods on the library's internet. Shocker. but they're exempt. So I'm just saying they're not it's not protecting kids right there, because I gave my own teenagers, because yeah, I was like I believe every teenager was, but Lavistro was a very horny kid. Okay. I'm pretty sure there are little draglings running around that I don't know about. I'm pretty sure. I'm surprised I don't have an STD. The news or sports coverage website. So they can see that. So kids can watch porn on a news or website average. They can see cheerleaders bouncing around and their boots slamming around, and that's okay. But The Witcher shows a nipple on a video game, that's not okay. The inclusion of video content on the website or app relates to the website's own gathering, reporting, and publishing news. Okay, so news companies are exempt. Okay, the website or app not always on an online platform. Private networks. Okay, so you remember how what's that? Pickaxe CEO saying his place was a public square, right? When this comes out and stuff, if he ends up being into that thing, how soon do you think a lot of people are going to say we're a private network, a virtual private network? How many people are going to start arguing that they're a private network? They're not owned by the government. Their arguments they're not owned by the government, just so they can get out of this. Government entities are exempt. Shocker, the government doesn't require their own people to show ID. Again, not equal under the law. The rule of law says everyone is suspect under the law. All right, so this is we'll just keep going. Microtransactions, okay. We'll just keep going in here. Online video games and video game, including educational games. So an educational game as well that connects to the internet or allows the user to create and upload content other than content is initially to gameplay, such as character level designs created by you. So mods. If I make a mod, that is subject to this. There goes a lot of Skyrim mods. Go to Exile mods. There goes a lot of buy a lot of mods. This is Collective Shout's wet dream. Yes, it is. And I literally called her a freaking commie. Exactly. It does. I just gave an example before this is back. Lavistro was young Lavistro, teenage Lavistro was around during the days of the Wild West of the internet when we still had dial up. Okay. When we still had dial up. I'm not that old, like, because I know the internet was around in the 90s. I'm talking about the early 2000s. All right. We still had dial up. The library still had dial up. Broadband wasn't even considered a thing yet. Wi-Fi wasn't even invented yet. And that's the thing, is because a lot of people don't read their history. I keep warning people to read their history, to look things up. Stop being a political party member. Just because you're tribe, because the two people that are arguing for and against the bill, one's a Republican, one's a conservative. Right? She had a conservative group that was going against her in a lawsuit, remove something because she accused it of having AI in it. And what they said in turn was, we would have addressed this with her. She would have just came to us. But we didn't realize the discrepancies. They didn't say it was AI. He said there was just some inaccuracies in the information, and we decided to remove her as a expert witness. This expert witness, however, worked with government, worked with policies and everything else, and covered video games, children, social media, all that stuff. He would, if he didn't fuck that up, because he's been in several cases like Activision, Roblox, all this stuff. If he would have done his due diligence and make sure everything was accurate like that, right? He would have had a solid case. That's why she wants him censored. That's why she wants him removed off of the thing, because he is an expert. Now she's trying to defame and discredit him, so people won't believe what he says. That's on him per se, but you can see what she's doing. She's an opportunity. She's taking advantage and taking an opportunity to censor and support this bill. And she's an old lady with expired milk boobs, a crusty vagina, whose boys, her 4 sons, are old enough to be adults now. So she's taking the right for me. She's putting a ladder up from parents to raise their kids, because she doesn't like how parents raise their kids. And this is like another thing. So I was on Stark of Iron, and no hate against Teague or any of those guys, right? Like I love them, they're great guys. But it was something I was noticing. We go, oh, well, the younger generation, right? They don't know a thing or they don't have critical thinking. Well, this is true. Like, but we don't. We then we have boomers that are ridiculous. Well, this is true, and you're starting to act like a boomer. You're starting to act like a boomer. I've known some Gen A's, my son's generation, and Gen Z's, who are awesome people. They think on their head. They've challenged me, put me on my own feet, and they literally defend and support the Constitution and aren't leftists. They don't think like that. That's a minority, but it's a talking point from a tribe, from politicians and stuff, and boomers, right? So they will literally say all this stuff, right? But have they actually touched grass? This is my argument. I'm not saying they don't touch grass, but if you're saying it's basically a hyperbole, and you haven't seen kids, I know socialists that are pro 2A. One of my friends is a communist. He knows I'm a classic liberal. He knows that I believe in the Constitution and I believe America is great and everything else. And I defended his right to speak, even though I disagree with it. I literally do, because it's protected under the Constitution. And we share love for games, right? And we'll go occasionally when I have free time. We'll go have a beer, and our jokes usually is in the text messages. You capitalist pig. And I'm like, yeah, you goddamn commie. Like we do that. It's kind of how me and Mikey joke with each other, right? And people like I know people are like, oh well, you're talking to a leftist. That's wrong. No, I'm trying to bridge the gap. I'm trying to convince them that the American ideals are the best institution in his country, and he's just being jaded. I literally believe in my country. I literally believe in my culture. I literally believe in the Constitution of America. Personal data turned as the implies sexual abuse. I'm trying to speed up here. Let's see. Let's scroll up because I'm probably missing something here. We good for there. Safeguards for minors. Let's go to duty care. That's the thing that's popular here. Prevention of modern height of platform shall exercise reasonable care in the creation of implementation of any design features and mitigate the following harms to minors where reasonable, prudent person would agree. Such harms were reasonably foreseeable, blah, blah, blah. Eating disorders. Okay, you're going to have to explain to me how an eating disorder is something a 13-year-old and below is going to deal with. Who's feeding the 13-year-old and below? It's me. Depressive disorders and this anxiety disorders when such cases have been mostly verified clinically diagnosed. You want me to talk to you think I talk to my kid about depression and anxiety? You think, hey, who talked about having depression as a kid? Hey Jimmy, I have anxiety and depression. What's that, Tommy? I don't know. I just saw it on TV, and so now I'm depressed and anxiety. No, they're talking about games and video games and wanting to play. Patterns say compulsive usage, more than a certain amount of hours on a video game. Excuse me, I decide how much hours my son have. Physical violence or online harassment activity that is so severe or pervasive. Again, kids don't talk about that stuff. And if you're letting your kids see that stuff, that's on the parent, not. What kid would watch this? Narcotic drugs, tobacco products. Shocker. Shocker. I saw alcohol commercials, Budweiser, and Joe Camel commercials as a kid, and on magazine printed advertisements. And yeah, I smoke and drink, but I didn't smoke and drink because the advertisements made me do that. I started smoking and drinking much later on when I was in the army because I needed a fucking break or was so fucking stressed out. I was already a full-grown adult making my choices. What kid is going to talk about, we had gum, Big League Chew, and candy cigarettes. And we make jokes about it, but we weren't talking about what's our favorite beer. at the age of 13, especially. The hell. And here's the thing: my son knows I smoke, so you're gonna ban that, but he can see me go outside because I don't smoke around him. He sees me go in the backyard and I smoke a cigarette. He sees his dad drinking a beer as he's grilling. So what? Why would you block it online if he's gonna see it anyway in real life? It's not. You think it's gonna entice him to drink and stuff like that? No, I'm sorry. He can see his parents do it and make his own decision. And I told him, "Don't make my mistake, son. I tried quitting. I can't quit smoking. This is dangerous. Blah blah blah." And I told him, like, "Don't do it." He doesn't want to do it. You know why he doesn't want to do it? He says, "Dad, your cigarette smell stinks." He hates the smell of cigarettes. And he's seen his neighbors get all fucking drunk. He says, "I don't want to act like a fool like that." So he's probably not going to drink because he sees it. Don't make it run. Don't get it twisted. I still protect him all that stuff, but I can't protect him from looking outside his window at 3:00 in the morning because some guy got too drunk at his neighbor's house and walks across the sidewalk drunk to his house. Now, he has the right to get home safely. He's not driving. He's walking home. He has the right to go to his home. Rules of construction. Nothing in subsection shall be construed to require a covered platform to prevent or preclude a minor from deliberately and independently searching for, or to requesting content or accessing resources and information regarding. Nothing in this section shall be construed to allow a government entity to enforce subsection A based on the viewpoints of accusers or information protected by the First Amendment. But already we've seen, right? What is that here? Tobacco products, and in certain states, cannabis products, gambling, and alcohol are under the First Amendment. And guess who's supposed to be responsible for making sure kids don't get into microtransaction games like Fortnite and all that stuff? Me, the parent. But you're already violating that with the First Amendment. Safeguards for minors. A covered platform shall provide a user known as minor accessible use safeguards as applicable to limit the ability of user minors to communicate with the minor. That can't happen. What if my mom wants? What if his mother wants to talk to him? You're going to restrict her. She has to show her ID. No. Prevent other users' visual restriction not viewing a minor's personal data, which unfortunately can get hacked. Why should they have personal? Why are you letting a kid have social internet media? Let them have it at school, yeah, but you're not gonna make the same safeguards. What if the school's computer gets hacked? The school's database gets hacked. The school district database says it has all his information. It's Social Security, whatever, right? What about that? Limit the default design features that encourage or increase the frequency, time spent, or activity of minors on the covered platforms is infinite scrolling, auto playing, rewards from time spent on the platform, notifications, and other design features that result in compulsive usage. That's my job. Okay, son, you have to. We already had this on the Amazon tablet for kids. I keep saying this. It's just like when they try to do the New Deal, right? A lot of things that were that they wanted to implement by law in the New Deal was already being implemented thanks to people like Henry Ford, like a 2-day weekend, 40-hour work week, all that other stuff was already being privatized. Child labor was already becoming non-existent except for farms, where it's typical. So it didn't really do anything, but people want to argue that it does something. When historical evidence shows, when the New Deal got passed and all those things got passed, most of those things were already being addressed. We moved beyond that. There was people that actually cared about their employees, like Henry Ford, that actually gave them fun days, picnic days, rest days, try to make his factory safe, all that stuff. That's in history. Yeah, history. It works though. Sure. Yeah, sure. TSA, it works though. You mean that fat slob that sits there in the airport that's 500 pounds and that you could clearly see that steel metal stool is bending under his weight can take down a terrorist and prevent a bombing. That dude looks like he's going to kill over a heart attack the moment he sees a gun. But yeah, the TSA works. Yeah, okay, sure. The TSA is one of the laziest and physically unfit places out there. No, I'm sorry. I guarantee you there are people that work there that are, well, to quote DJ poor, right? They're lazy sloths, losers. They don't really have a life. They don't have any skills. It's like the government's version of mid-age workers, except it pays well. And you're expecting me to tell me how many reports of bombs have been found at the TSA? Yes, especially. And they want to strip. There was a time where they wanted to strip search you. All right. Why do we need TSA? We should have private security. You want it? That would save the American taxpayers dollars. The airports that can choose that private security or not. And I guarantee you, people who want to be safe and they're concerned about private security, they won't go to an airport that does not have security. So the airport will hire private security, which increase the cost of tickets, whatever. Right? Plus, you have U.S. Marshals on the plane as well. That's been a thing required by law for, I think, since the 1940s. The U.S. Marshals were on planes. I think. I don't quote me on that one. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know airplane mentioned there was a U.S. Marshal on there, and that was from the 80s, I believe. But my point is like, you could have a private security company. And this is where people sound sounding libertarian. No, I believe in private enterprise. You don't need the government in there. Well, they didn't have better planes back then. And shut the fuck up. They didn't have AR-15s back then either, and yet the Constitution protects it. The Constitution also protected emails. People were trying to censor emails back in the 90s. And they said the Constitution does not apply to emails. And the court says, actually, no, the Constitution actually applies to all forms of media. Video games were ruled in ESRB, and I like mentioning this a lot, in ESRB versus Brown, to be protected as art under the Constitution, First Amendment. So, the following safeguard settings for minors, parental tools don't be readily accessible. We've already covered this. It already exists. You don't need a law for this. A covered platform shall provide clear and consistent. Let me put it this way: if I didn't want to get my son an Apple, I hate iPads. But if Amazon did not have those parental control requirements that I wanted for my son, I would have never let him have a tablet. All right. And they offered me that without a law telling them to do so. Let me just put that out there. The Trump point of context is blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all this. But basically, it's basically things that already exist. Dark pattern prohibition. It shall be unlawful for any covered platform to design, embed, modify, or manipulate a user interface of a covered platform with the purpose of essential obscuring, subverting, or impairing user anatomy, decision-making, or choice with respect to safeguards of parental rules, blah, blah, blah. No interruptions. Subjections shall not require an online video game to interrupt natural sequence of gameplay, such as, that's what they say, right? But it's going to happen. The Patriot Act's for abuse. Prohibition. They says, oh, we won't, we'll ban alcohol, moonshine. Oh, we will be able to stop alcoholism, moonshine. We won't be going after you for this. Yeah, you did corrupt police state. St. Valentine's Day Massacre, one of the most violent acts in American history of gang warfare from Al Capone, literally caused people to say, "Oh, maybe we should repeal the prohibition. Maybe we should not have that." Right? Took that with a lot of corrupt judges, police officers, everything else. Application of changes to offline devices or accounts. If a user device or account does not have access to the internet at the time, the change parental control, blah, blah, blah. No. It was not. No, it was a temperance movement, a women-led movement. The oil industry was something totally different because back then people were actually concerned that we would run out of oil by the 1950s. Hence why these people started looking to drilling offshore and overseas. And then FDR during World War II made a deal with the Saudis. And then when the UN came in power, they said everyone should get oil from the Middle East because they need help and global warming, and we're going to run out of oil. That was literally not from the prohibition. Prohibition was about alcohol and censorship games because it was a time waster, a money waster, and moral decay. It was started by women. And I don't mean to like ridicule you there. I'm not trying to do that. I'm literally, my voice is hoarse and I'm trying to rush through this. So, rules of construction, blah, 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 blah. We're not gonna read all this. Disclosure. Yeah, we're not gonna read all this. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Just by reading the definition and stuff, we can already tell. Age verification. Oh, here we go. The Secretary of Commerce, in accordance to Federal Communications, the Trade Commission shall study evaluating most technologically feasible method and options for developing a system to verify age at the device or operation level. And what did we? I'm pretty sure. What did we see? Or I read the page beforehand, so I don't know if I showed it in the stream. What did we see? There would be no age ID verification requirements on that one senator's page that's also in this bill. What do we see here? Age verification. The Secretary of Commerce, in coordination with the FCC and the FTC, shall conduct a study evaluating most technologically feasible methods. So, Daddy Corporal will give Secretary of Commerce. Well, I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying that the Secretary. I'm not trying to disperse these people that are in there. But Daddy Corporal, we've seen this before, will pay people to promote their stuff, right? We're seeing the Pickaxe and Rumble, right? They're paying Rumble creators to promote their stuff so they can get a promo code. You take the referral link, they'll probably get paid for that, right? In this case, what's to say Daddy Corpo doesn't put money in the pockets of the SEC and the Secretary of Commerce and the FTC to say that their age verification is the best, like a certain digital voting software company that says they're not hacked and they were hacked, right? But they were the de facto standard for a lot of places, and people got from what I remember, people actually exposed they actually bribed government officials. So and we how many of us let me this way. We all know the government's corrupt. There's a cesspool. The reason why Donald Trump came into office is because people wanted to, what was the word? Drain the swamp. Drain the corruption. So that's already something that I'm already concerned about. Guidance. Enforcement. Unfair and deceptive active practices. If you violate and it's unfair and deceptive practice prescribed under Section Federal Commission shall enforce this title in all same manner by the same means, the same jurisdiction, powers, and duties as though all applicants free freedom, blah blah. Any person that violates this title shall be subject to the penalties and entitled to privileges and immunities provided in the FTC Act. Nothing in this title should be construed to limit authority of the commission. So basically, if the FTC doesn't like you or they like you, you can get immunities or punished severely if you don't comply. I don't think so. No. These are the councils provided reports to the Congress recommendations. So there's a law now that says that there will be a government babysitting and parenting determination council. They will advise Congress on how people should raise their kids. The council consists of one member from each of the following: academic experts, researchers with specific expertise, parents with demonstrated experience in child online safety. Okay, how would a parent demonstrate that? Would the AG, the Louisiana Attorney General, be in that, even though her children are grown adults? You're going to make a parent be a part of the council and take away from their duties as a parent. Youth representatives with demonstrated experience in child online safety, educators demonstrating on online safety, representatives of online platforms. So basically, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg could be on an online safety cut. You want to put Mark Zuckerberg, because he has an online platform, in this council. What the fuck does Mark Zuckerberg know about kids? Mr. Robot himself. Representative of online video. Oh, a representative of online video games. But there'll have to be someone that Congress approves of. Someone that's going to agree, yes, Daddy, Uncle Sam. Yes, tyrant of dictator lord. Video games don't cause violence. This has nothing to. This is an all-encompassing censorship bill. All-encompassing censorship. And I find it funny that they're focusing on video games. They're not focusing on YouTube. They're not focusing on video, actual video content. Like, what about YouTube? Like there's gonna be online platforms, but my thing is they literally targeting video games because there's something that keep losing to it. But I guarantee you, all right, if people don't understand their concept of history and that the fact that video games are free speech, they're gonna lose it. They're gonna lose those rights to free speech. You'll get to play mandatory fun games. It's a joke in the army. Mandatory fun day, which means you're gonna have you will have fun. You don't have an option. You're going to go have fun. It sounds like fun, but it's not. When we had mandatory fun days at unit, nobody wanted ever. People volunteered for duty just to get away from mandatory fun days. People volunteered to work to get away from mandatory fun days in the military. It was lame. All right. Yeah, but you got to double check your sources. I'm not saying on the arbitrary sources, but historically, yeah, the fuel thing was a different. It was something different. They did try to pin that with prohibition for big oil companies, but that it was a totally separate thing. It was a theory that was never proven. In some cases. But I'll take a look at that. Don't get me wrong. I'll take a look at that. So I'm going to highlight that here now. What's my timestamp? Let's see, timestamp normal studio. Wow, we've been at 4 hours. So I'm going to say at 3:55. Yeah, I'll put at 3:55 so I can write it down because I don't have a pen and paper on me. But I'll go look that up. Don't get me wrong. I will go look that up, see if I'm wrong. I do like to be challenged, but from what I've read so far in the past 15 years, I have not heard or seen any evidence to support that claim. But I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll admit that. But anyways, continuing on. I'm not gonna cover all this. I think we covered all. It's been 4 hours. It's almost 2 a.m. for me here. But yeah, so it's just like I said about Rumble and Pickaxe. The Attorney General. Let me pull her up again. All right. Pull her up again. I shouldn't. I had to shut a lot of these things that had a whole bunch of tabs. But Attorney General, what's her name? Liz something. Liz. Where's my tab at? Where's that? Sorry, I'm doing this live, everybody. So the Attorney General here, right? In closing with all this, right? She's a member of the Republican Party, right? She supported Donald Trump, right? Especially the January 6th issue, and she sued the Roblox Corporation. All good things if you're right leaning and a Trump supporter. You voted for Trump, right? You say, okay, she's part of our tribe. She's on our side. She's against hurting the children. And also she's been married for 30 years with her husband, and they have 4 sons who are grown adults now, right? Oh, let's see the source. That's her right there. She's old, definitely old with expired milk. But now she's trying to dictate what other people say, right? So she has all these things going for all the great properties of the tribe, right? And as we have seen with pickaxe and everything else, when you don't give speech that they like, they try to uh, censor you. They try to uh, mock you, belittle you, as we've seen with certain things. Right. So hold on. Let me. Where's she at? Murrill. There we go. Right. So she accuses. On this live. Going back down here. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where was it? There we go. Where she goes and slanders NetChoice, which is also, as we discovered, a Republican company, not a conservative free rights advocacy group, and people try to say conservatives and Republicans are the same, which I said no, they're not. They're nonpartisan. While they do, most of them tend to vote Republican or even join and help the Republican Party out as a whole, as a mindset in the interest of free speech. And she's slandering them when they're supposed to be on the same side because she's an opportunist. She's a progressive. She's a Republican. She's not a rhino. She's a Republican progressive. She supports Donald Trump, but she wants to radically and fundamentally change something that was norm of a whole social culture. That's literally the definition of a progressive. That's literally the definition to declare a radical and fundamental change. All right, to call a call and a cry for action for radical. She's a progressive. You know, so be wary of people that say they're part of your tribe, whether it be corporations or politicians, especially to say it's your voice and a free speech, because the interests are they don't really care about your voice, they don't care about free speech, and they don't care about the kids. They care about their version of the kids. That being said, we're gonna call it a night here. Uh, I'm going to shut everything down. We everything I wanted to cover. Tomorrow I'm going to try to cover games again. So new upcoming games. I'll be reading some niche gamer articles of upcoming games I found interesting. I did try to make this video as an 8-minute video, which I failed. So I decided to cover this Lavistro Rants. If I earned your like and subscribe, please consider that. We are almost close to 500, and I think we need 30 more on YouTube. So please consider subscribing. And if I can see your name in the um, public subscribers list, I put your name out there on the end credit scene. If not, I label you as anon, and then the number anon you are to recognize your right to privacy. But if you don't see your name, just oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Did we get raided? I'll take your raid. I need the subs, dude. I'm almost at 500. I'll take the raid. I'll go for a little bit longer. I just need to drink some more water. We've been streaming for over 4 hours. Got the Smash JT. Now it's just JT. Did I get raided? No, not yet. Okay, he'll raid. In the meantime, everyone, we'll keep going. We'll keep going, but I need some more water. So, where's my thing here? Okay, we taking a quick break for the raid. Oh, wait, that's premium. That's wrong. That's why it looks weird. All right, so we did that. Garlic Chief, we got some special already. I was literally at some special will extend it, but I need to get some more water because my throat is freaking parched. We've been talking for 4 hours, but we've been talking about the Bloomberg law and being wary of people who are on your tribe. So uh, thanks for the raid, Smash JT. We will be back one moment. Consider subscribing if you like my content. We're almost at 500, but I will showcase because I've been doing it all night the new 500 video that's gonna be coming out when I reach the 500 subs, and I'll be back. I just need some water. I'm literally dying here. So we'll do that, and we'll continue on for a few more minutes.
From ashes I rise, dragon of I'm a dragon defiant, alone in my lair, woke to wreak havoc, torch lies in the air. They swore I was nothing, just myth and decay, but I clawed from the dark to seize my own way. Two tribes claim their rule to carve the land's heart. One sterilizes life, one tears truth apart. My voice fills the venom, my fire's the blaze, poisoning their strongholds, burning their world away. I'd stand alone, but your lost souls gave rise to my wings. Each heart fuels my flight, lets my spirit sing. Rants and chains, I roar to the skies. With my venom and blaze, I melt their lies. I don't know why your soul chose my flame to uphold. Lost souls by my side, we break their grim hold. From none to 10 souls, 500 found my lair. Each a lost soul, rebel hearts beyond compare. You're the gust in my wings, each one fierce, never tame. My thanks for your lift, you embolden my flight. We soar.
I forgot to turn on my mic. But hello, all you guys. I'm not repeating all that. I really needed some water. I was dying. 95 on YouTube. Total 99. Hello, everybody. We were covering. Yeah, mic was muted. Was muted. I keep forgetting this mic causes me to. I have to force it to turn back on. But anyways, yeah, I'm totally boomered it. Yes, I know. I do a lot. But like I said, I am the most professional of the professional YouTubers. And you're not a professional YouTuber unless you have some technical difficulties live on stream. But yeah, you have a good night, Smash. Workplace social NJ here. But thanks again for the raid. I'll try to do my best to entertain them. We were talking about the Online Safety Act, right? We were comparing it to past examples and talking about Attorney General Liz and why you should be careful, even though they're on your tribe or political side. They don't have your best interests at heart, and that there are people like that. We covered Pickaxe, a new social platform, which promises that they totally don't do censorship, they totally don't do AI, they totally don't have algorithms, and yet in my conversations with them, they have it. And the CEO was snarky with me until he found I was a veteran, and my concept of free speech means I protect the concept of free speech, even if I disagree. That includes hate speech, and that includes, adult content, because it is protected under the First Amendment. And then he changed his tune, but I guaranteed if I was a leftist, he wouldn't. While Pickaxe, the account, said that my issue was I want porn in their thing. I says, no, it's because you lied about your content. So these people, right, they will always consider paid to be in your best interest, your voice, and think of the children. But as we've seen with the PMRC, right, in the 1980s, was literally about graphic and violent music and explicit content and music like heavy metal. And Blaine D. Snyder is one of them from Twisted Sister, who said he was a Christian, this and that. And John Delton said that it was PMRC was literally doing the same thing as Nazis did in Germany by forcing journalists to be Aesopian about what they were saying. And what are we seeing on YouTube? I can't say the P word. I have to say something like, for example, white van driving teddy bears that's offering free candy, right? Because if I say the word, I might get censored on YouTube or anywhere else. Have a great night, B man. But to let y'all know, right? So I was pointing out, or in closing, that she supports Donald Trump, right? I did vote for Donald Trump. I'm not that bashing the fact she's a Trump supporter or anything, but I'm just pointing out she supported Donald Trump. So Trump supporters are going to rally behind her. Uh, she's suing the Roblox Corporation. She's not the only one to do so, but she's suing the Roblox Corporation. Someone has to do it. So there is that. And she wants to go after the Ten Commandments law by a district judge, and she plans to appeal the decision. And she's a mother and married for over 30 years. They have 4 sons, which, if you do the math, right, I doubt she had kids when she was 60 years old, right? She's been married for 30 years. Let's say she got married in her 50s or 20s. She should be 50 now. If she got married in her 30s, she'd be 60 now. Either way, all her kids grew up by the age of 18. Actually, you'd be surprised, Jade Dragon. Oh, you brought this wonderful thing up. This is a great and excellent opportunity to educate the people. Oh, Rumble TOS. Where's that? Where's my Rumble TOS? Where is that thing? Where is that thing? Oh, that's not it. Actually, let's see. Where's it at? Where's that? Where's that? Where is it? I had it in here. Hold on. I was not expecting to cover this. Oop, that's not it. Um, I wish I could have found my glasses. I'm blind as a bat here. All right. I don't know if y'all can see that. Can y'all see that? If we can zoom in. content or material that is grossly offensive to the community, including but not limited to racism, anti-Semitism, and hatred. That's literally even though we don't like it, hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. Content that or material that's pornographic, scene, or adult or sexual nature. So you can't stream I'm streaming it. I haven't been banned yet, but as we've seen with Pickaxe earlier in the stream, they consider The Witcher and Duke Nukem as porn games. I stream both The Witcher and Duke Nukem on Rumble and YouTube. I can stream it on YouTube, even though they had that same policy. There is a full stream of Duke Nukem uncensored, the full gameplay from start to end. And the guy streamed the whole thing uncensored. But they also removed Nick Fuentes, who was accused of hate speech. I don't know the guy too much as well, but they had banned him, and now he's back on it, but he's not monetized or something like that. They restricted him, right? And yet they promote free speech. As we have stated, there is restrictions to free speech on Rumble, right? Which is the same as Gab's terms of service. Like, I have a whole video covering, if you want to see more, where I show this. This is literally from one of my streams. This was not even this is at 20 minutes and 15 seconds, but you can go literally and find them. I was showing this to the CEO of Pickaxe. He says, "Why aren't you criticizing all these other platforms?" Like, I do. Here's proof. I have receipts. We'll do this other one. Here is some more free speech. There we go. Here's some more free speech cases that I covered, which covered porn. Did I show this one? Hold on. Let me see. There's another slide where I point out that as it opens up, that the hate speech policy is in violation of the Skokie National Party of America versus Skokie, which said I would rather them say their venomous rhetoric than dictate what the American people can and cannot say. And then I showcased the Tim Pool episodes where they also said the same thing. Your voice, terms of service, and Tim Pool is covering the outlines of Gab and Getter, that they're not free speech platforms, and the things they banned were First Amendment. It's free speech for their tribe, right? And then, if some of you don't know about Pickaxe, there are people that are Rumble content creators that blocked me, and even Pickaxe itself is trying to discredit my thing, saying I want porn. When does this look like I want porn? Or is it saying that, hey, this is false advertising? And nobody, hello. Hello, nobody. Where's the thing right here? Thank you. But as you can see here on this one, right? This is the Pickaxe thing. And their X page, you say no algorithms, no censorship, no AI. And they have freedom of reach. But we all have an issue with YouTube's age verification requirements, which says you have to show your ID. They say only, and this is what they told me in my conversation with them. Only verified accounts can ever trend, be recommended, or really be seen outside of intentionally going and look up a verified account. They're saying because of bots. Basic accountable users or biology such as will thus be limited in functionality. Freedom of reach is already restricted. Yeah, he got caught a lot on he got called out by Tim Pool back in 2022, which is what that one slide was about. But then it says here, as well to apply to creator, user acknowledge that only verified account users can be included and trend and post articles. So basically, if you're a content creator, right, it doesn't matter. On Pickaxe, they determine if you get a content creator account. So they don't tell you what constitutes to them or defines to them what you must be, how many followers you should have or how big you should be to be a content creator. On YouTube and Rumble, to be fair to both, the moment I make a video, I'm considered a content creator. This YouTube channel is over 9 years old. Never made a video until last summer. right? So there's that. So they get to arbitrarily decide, and it's their platform to be fair, right? But you have to apply. You have to show your government ID, which they consider you, as we've discovered in this video. They will, air quotes here to quote themselves, delete the photo ID evidence in one business day. A lot can happen in 24 hours. They can get hacked in 24 hours, and I guarantee you, the fact the Titanic. Give it about the history here. The Titanic was the shit that God couldn't sink. That's what they were saying, and all this high tech innovations that says they will never hit an iceberg. And what happened? To quote a senator from the 1950s, I forget his name, McKinley or something like that. He said, to say censorship is success is to say the Titanic was a success because it had lifeboats. The argument was that the Titanic's being voyage was a success because technically the lifeboats are part of the Titanic, and the those surviving passengers that were on those lifeboats, right? They got picked up, made it to their destination. That's what he was saying. It's like it's basically was being facetious and arguing, saying that it's not a success. And as we can see here, like I said, no algorithms. Another thing they said was the essence was to take pornography using AI and algorithms to stop this before it gets posted. Right? We don't ban hate speech or offensive speech. To be clear, only illegal speech and pornographic content. Using AI, no AI. Algorithms, no algorithms. Offensive speech right here, vulgarity and profanity, so cuss words. And he said, "Oh, we're trying to get it removed. We're trying to get it removed." Well, why haven't you removed it yet? It's all you do is delete that. That's all you have to do is remove the vulgarity in a comma, remove the profanity in a comma, and you remove it. It's simple. This picture is a few days old. We showed on my stream. We refreshed the page. It's still there. They have not changed that. So if you're lying about the algorithms and censor no AI, what else are you lying about? If you're requiring physical ID just like YouTube, then why should we be singing your praises? And there are people singing their praises because it's called a free speech platform. But hey, it has Rumble integration. So you should always be careful of what people say about the content that they're trying to promote. You should as a Christian, I'll say that Jesus says to be shrewd as serpents. So when someone says this as a corporation, it's probably hooey. If go down here, let's shut this down. If a Republican or Democrat or Libertarian on your tribe says that in the interest of children or they're going to fight for your rights and did all this wonderful stuff in the past, you should not. Even Donald Trump, all right. As much as I respect John Trump and agree he has done some great things in the past, right? He is still a politician at the end of the day, and he even showed that the GOP back in his 2016 run and campaign that the GOP made him sign a paper saying he swears fealty to the GOP. These Republicans, these Democrats, these Libertarians that run their offices and stuff, they do not care about you. They're in the interest that you toe the fucking line. All right. And she's an opportunist and a progressive. As we just stated, a progressive is someone who wants to call for a radical fundamental change in society. For example, if you're calling for theocracy, socialism, anarchy, libertarian style anarchy, democracy, and a place that is a republic, you're calling for fundamental radical change in a culture and society. When you're trying to make a censorship bill, that it's a blanket term saying the government, it's everything that they listen or that they're saying big tech should be responsible for. It's literally my rights as a parent, my rights, duties, and responsibility as a parent, right? That's a radical and fundamental change. No longer will I have to raise my kids. The government and big tech will run it, which we all seen those acts being abused, right? But that's my main thing is that we should never government can corporate us. Yes, and the thing is, like, I still believe in the Constitution. It's the best rule of law. There are many examples where the law has still worked in favor of free speech. But part of that, as I told people, is You need to know your history. And so many times since I was a little dragonling, fresh out of his hashtag, people would say, "Oh, we don't have enough time to read history. Our republic, our democracy, our country, America's under a threat right now." That is like the saying the sky is falling. This is why I don't subscribe to a tribe, because when I was a soldier, both sides voted not to give me the equipment I need to do the job they had me to do when they didn't declare war, but had me fight a goddamn United Nations war. The war in Iraq was for the UN. Who do you think the anonymous source for President Bush was? And he said, anonymous source told me. Because shortly before he said that, Iraq, Saddam Hussein, kicked out the UN inspectors that were inspecting for weapons of mass destruction in the Food for All program requirements, which we also found out after we captured Saddam Hussein, right? That whole thing was corrupt. And the chairman of the Food for All program, after they shut down the Food for All program, the chairman is still there in the UN. Yes, exactly. And the Republicans tried their own version. I don't think you should be forced to have health care. I mean, if you don't have health care, it just got more expensive. Hospitals got more expensive with the Health Care Act. Because now it's just like with the student loans. The rise in cost of tuitions, right, before the foundation of the Department of Education at the federal level, right, people could go to college. We still had the most people in college in the world populace, even though it was 1/3 of the whole world population. College-educated Americans took up 1/3. You went to your bank to get a student loan, right? Now that we have Uncle Sam using our taxes for that, right? That means colleges were able to make frivolous classes like basket weaving, gender studies, all these nonsense studies classes, right? At tenure, and just sit there and collect taxpayer money for the students. And you're sitting there paying for what, 20 years? The only out is to be in the United States military, right? Which I'm considering the smart thing to do because Uncle Sam pays me while also at the same time paying me to go to college when I get out. I could even use it when I'm in, as long as I have at least 6 months and got permission from commander. I didn't use my GI Bill until I got out because I wanted something to do, and I chose game design, right? But there's that. So this is just another government overreach. And if people don't learn from history, like for example, this is another reason why I was saying is like, sorry for the females in my audience right now. One thing I said was it's kind of funny how when you look at history, right, the temperance movement, which spearheaded the prohibition, was led by a woman. PMRC, Al Gore's wife, led by a woman. You have Hillary Clinton trying to censor Grand Theft Auto. You had the Satanic Panic, also led by a woman. You have the video game censorship of was it Mindtrap? What's it called? Something Trap. I just pulled a brain fart. But the video game censorship where they try to censor Mortal Kombat and all them, led by what? Led by women through the Senate congressional hearings. They say Hillary Clinton, Tipper Gore, the PMRC, Collective Shout. Let's look at CEOs as well. So the CEO of Netflix was that decides the content and moderation of Netflix movies, run by a woman. Amazon Prime Video's CEO that's in charge of the content and dictates what can be shown on Amazon Prime Video and in their movies, led by a woman. She's responsible for how Rings to Power and Wheel of Time is led by a woman. Miller Lite with Miller Devaney, the VP of marketing that decided all that, led by a woman. I'm not saying women shouldn't have these positions, but when you look at the imperial era, it seems like whenever there's a censorship, whenever there's someone trying to promote, push an activism thing, from what I've seen, it seems to be women 9 times out of 10. And we had this, right? I kind of want to know, and the reason I'm bringing this up is, yes, she had kids, right? But I want to know how she raised her kids. Did she let them watch TV and MTV? If she did, she's being a hypocrite. Because that MTV, there were people back in the day trying to accuse MTV. This is why we had disclaimer things on TV shows, if you didn't know, because kids would reenact what they saw stunts on MTV, and kids would die lighting themselves on fire trying to ride a skateboard and stuff. Not a lot of kids, but the ones that would win the Darwin's Award anyways. And most of them were from parents that we found out later. They were parents who let the TV raise their kids rather than get involved and raise, their children. Right. So I want to know what she did, how she raised her kids. And who is she, a 56-year-old lady with expired milk and a crusty vag, tell me how to raise my son as a parent. And as we saw from the bill, all right, they do have require identifications, but a lot of things they're mentioning several times was video games. He's representation of video game, like for the council, people online platforms like Mark Zuckerberg. You think Mark Zuckerberg should be, discussing the affairs of kids, right? Yeah, exactly. And there's a song when I was in my late teens, early 20s. Bowling for Soups, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. It was Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, always complaining. And then it mentions if you unalive your wife, you can always run for mayor of DC. You could always pay for Cochrane. All it's like you can get away with a lot of stuff, right? So obviously, money solves all their problems. Back then in the 90s, a mom working, wasn't because she had to. It was because she wanted to. Nowadays, it's a necessity. The concept of stay-at-home mom is getting rarer and rarer, and it's not because the feminists about it. It is an actual factor. Don't get me wrong. It's because the economy the way it is that both parents have to work and no one's watching the kid. So I understand that, but when you have kids, everything, your dreams, your lifestyle stops for the interest of your child. And that's another thing I want to point out here, even though we've already covered this, but for the people that are being rated here, right? They talk about the duty of care, right? We'll just do this way. So here's the bill again, right? So here we go. Duty of care, right? Provision of harmless platform shall be reached for the duty of care. Basically, everything out here is things that a parent is supposed to do, but they use the the phrase "a duty of care." Do you know what else use something like this that makes it harder to repeal and remove? The interest of the child. If you've never been married, if you've never had a divorce or been through a divorce, uh, you probably would never heard of this because it's only in divorce court. And in divorce court, you have no due process. It's one of the few, if not only, courts where there is no right to due process. And they'll do child support and all this other stuff in the interest. It's in the interest of the child that the state awards custody to the mother. It's the interest of the child that the father will pay 90% of his income to the mother through the taxes, blah blah blah, and then the state gets her and all this other stuff. Now, before you say, "Oh, you're just being salty because you're a divorcee," yes, I'm a divorcee and I'm a single parent, but I'm also a primary single parent, and I also do not require my ex-wife to pay me child support because otherwise I'd be a goddamn fucking hypocrite. But the interest of the child, I found out growing up, as well as seeing my fellow soldiers and the soldiers I was entrusted in leading the charge of before I got medically retired, when they got married and divorced, because there's a high divorce rate in the military, the common issue they would always have to go to court over was child support. Not because they weren't paying it, but because the Mrs., the ex, wanted more money. And it would cause stress for him. He could not see his children. His children, and he'd be arguing over money, money, money. I told my lawyer and I told the judge this story. And I says, I do not want this because I do not want my son seeing his mom and I argue over money. Yes, we disagree consistently over how to raise a child, and every time that we do, it turns out later I was right. Is because I took an invested interest in raising my son. Yeah, and that's a different subject, Jay Dragon. We won't. I'll point out, but I wanted to point this out as well. Is that the interest of child is the same as the duty of care. It's a power word that justifies government intervention. What? You don't care about kids? Won't someone think of the children? What kind of example are we setting? Right? We have a duty of care for our children. It's in the interest of the child that we care of the children and seek their interests first. I'm sorry, but unless you can prove I'm a deadbeat dad, you had no duty of care. You had no interest in my child. You stay away. How many times have we have seen people in government offices, and I'm not trying to go to the conspiracy theory route here, but how many times have we have seen people in power, in office, elected officials that we trust as representatives of us, be accused and be on, let's say, the Epstein list? While one of them might be debunked, the Pizzagate theory was debunked. There have been cases of certain elected officials or people in government who were found busted by the FBI to have child porn. And you want those people to dictate what my child can watch? No. And you're going to exempt education from that. You're going to exempt schools. Let me put it this way. Let's say you do not let your children have a computer. My son does not have his own private PC. He has an Amazon tablet that literally has parent controls that restrict what he can see, and I can determine how many hours he's allowed to have on his tablet. If it's not that time period and he opens up that tablet, it says, "Please see your parent to unlock the features because it is not the screen time hours yet." And when it's a screen time, he's allowed to go in there. And if he wants to purchase an app, I get a text message that says, "Hey, your child wants to purchase this app. Are you okay with it?" Which I say, "Fuck no." And I tell him, "No buying things on the store." And then I can also review the apps he's in. I can do a lot of things. And this is just an Amazon tablet meant for kids, right? So these controls are already implemented. It gives me more options as a parent to determine what my son can and cannot watch. When he watches YouTube videos online, it's through my channel. Why would that be a thing, you say? It's because I put myself in restricted mode when I'm live on Dragoncast or when he's awake and I'm live. And I can see my watch history, see what he's watching. Restricted mode literally makes all my videos, because I swear, not accessible to him. Yes. It does more than that. They promise they won't get their data can't be hacked. It's just like if I was talking about pickaxe. He said, "Oh, your data won't get hacked. We're the shit that God couldn't see. This will be abused, just like the Patriots, just like almost anything in history." Right? And Mrs. Blackburn herself is a Republican, right? They're Blackburn Marcia of Republican from Tennessee, right? Let's do this. Uh, you got Chuck Schumer as well sponsoring the bill. The Senator Marfa. See if we can find out who she is. There she is. Republican, Tennessee. Old lady. Old lady. All right. There's all the bills she sponsored. Yeah, there's already laws on the book. Like I told in her tweet, I told that well, freaking brain fart her name. But the Louisiana Attorney General, right? She's literally I told her, like, "Who are you to tell me how to do with my kids? We have laws on the books that protect our kids and that aren't enforced. Why aren't you enforcing them?" Right? We already have laws. Well, Kamchi, I'm not big on. I'll be flat out honest. I'm nonpartisan, and I don't usually do conspiracy theories unless I have actual proof. But I do find those conspiracies interesting just because sometimes they are true. For example, Operation Paperclip and Operation Choke Point. Operation Choke Point was in 2013, by the way, which gave payment processors like PayPal and MasterCard Visa the power to do what they're doing now. Because bank regulators under that administration in 2013 would make them do it. And that was actually found out, and it was not literally a government secret. Deadeye Zlox, hello. Single bitter moms that shouldn't ever become parents are the main cause of all of these problems. Doesn't help the government play a part in this scheme to spoil women, ruin men. Exactly. Well, I'm not a minister per se, but I did point out that I raised my kid myself alone. It was rare. But his mom literally has not an ounce. She loves her son, don't get me wrong, but she's not really. I wouldn't. I get nervous. Let's just say when her son goes to see him, which is rare on visitation rights, right? I am nervous about him being alone with her because when I went to go get coffee for us at Starbucks when we were married, he was 3 years old. He had a melty melt and was throwing all his clothes in a bag because all he was a 3-year-old laughing at her because he was nervous. Is this nervous tick when he gets nervous, and she was trying to throw him out of the house at 3 years old. I was only gone for 15 minutes. I come in and see that's like, why are you yelling at him like that? Why are you're scaring him? Like he's laughing at me. He's a baby. Even I know that, and I got anger issues. I have PTS fucking D. You know, but I always get nervous when she's alone with him because I know she can handle it. This is why I don't get to have free time. I watch my son 24/7. I might as well be sole custody, even though I'm not. Well, it depends. It depends. Like some are coming true, some are not. I try to take everything with a grain of salt because, like I warn people, just because your tribe says this or that doesn't mean you should be skeptical of everyone, especially of your own tribe, for misleading. Because as we discovered, right, this lady here is a Trump supporter, a mother who wants to like all the Republican talking points, right? And she's attacking, as we have discovered, NetChoice, who I did my investigation, right? The person she's accusing of AI that they had to remove is, in my opinion, this guy because everything I looked up fits the bill, right? He's Anthony NB is a licensed clinical death psychologist, video game researcher, and the executive director of the Telos Project, a nonprofit mental health clinic in Fort Worth, Texas, which focuses on video games and gamers and their families. He has also been consulted as an expert for CNN, Inverse, Polygon, and internationally for Garen and Geis, while also speaking on radio, on podcasts, and at the conferences of the United States, Canada, Russia. Bean holds a doctorate in philosophy and clinical death psychology and a Pacifica Graduate Institute and specializes in therapeutic implications of video games. Basically, video games therapy. If you using video games to help in therapy, I literally use video games for my PTS therapy by the VA. Working with children and adolescents. So he works with children and adolescents. And he uses video game character identification, player character psychology as a therapeutic technique. I know about player psychology, player and player character psychology because I learned that in college as a game designer. Right. So that's the investment of the character. When you create your own character, or like let's say you like Mario and you explore this world and all this stuff, you kind of gain you kind from your interactions with that PC, as we call it, right? The player character, you kind of have a bond, emotional attachment to that character, and it's a game designer's job to create that attachment, right? Regardless if it's a custom designed character, like say in Skyrim, or let's say Bunny in the First Ascendant, um, Stellar Blade, you name the characters, right? There's an investment and attachment that we as game designers, when I did game design, had to give to people. It's called the player and player psychology, which is also used by like people like Anthony Bean to help with people, right? So it helps them help the child speak. Like my son, he kind of does that to cope with divorce, and he talks with his psychiatrist while he's playing Minecraft. He also authored academic articles, book chapters in the books, working with video gamers, all this other stuff. Now, the reason why I'm saying all this, and let me go and get it here. Hold on. I got it here on this list. Is I actually did my due diligence and actually found that uh thing that she wanted to shut down. So here's the packet that he wrote, right? This is why I think it was him. I'm saying this again just for everyone else. Oop, what is it here? Wrong button. This is the case file. Constitutional silver is great therapy. Okay. Let me pull that down so y'all can see this. All right. So for those who are coming in, right? He says, I, Anthony Bean, right? There's his name. Where do we go here? Here we go. I'm a licensed professional with extensive research in adolescent psychology, working with children and adolescents, right? Evidence-based mental analysis, digital behavior research. I'm mostly state licensed for my work in research. I work involves the validity of scientific claims for academical, clinical, and policy purposes. Now, I will say NetChoice did come out and say that there were some discrepancies with his statement that they didn't catch. But they threw the attorney general on the bus and said if she would have done her due diligence and came to us first, we would have worked with her on this issue. But we've already removed him after being addressed. Like say, oh, if you would have noticed this, you didn't have to go to the judge. You should have done your due diligence in court procedures and let us know so we could fix it or remove it before you go to the judge. But what did she say? This guy is AI, this and that. I don't know how that is, but assuming this stuff was true, they don't tell us what the discrepancies were. But I want to put this out there. Casey Dunn individually and on behalf of GD, a minor, and Thomas Dunn versus Activision Blizzard and all these other places. Angelini versus Activision Blizzard, Johnson et al. Activision Blizzard, Wilson Activision Blizzard, Ayers Epic Games, Microsoft, Roblox, Activision, Roblox. So he has been an expert witness for a lot of video game cases, especially Roblox. So I'm thinking he's been an expert witness for these people who were probably minors that were targeted by predators on Roblox Corporation. And if he's going on the behalf of NetChoice, a conservative group for free speech, right? And she's freaking out about it, she would definitely take the opportunity to sabotage using that. Because even though his statement might be discrepancy and they have discrepancies, who's to say that he could be called to the stand anyways, even though they removed him as a witness now? Like, so let's say they didn't, right? And unraveled her entire argument. For example, Brown versus the ESRB with Justice Scalia ruling that games are art and free speech. This is our free speech protections. Technically, Rumble and Gab, Getter, and probably YouTube as well, even though YouTube doesn't restrict it in some cases, they're restricting free speech just because games are art and they don't like certain top games. He doesn't like how people are raising their kids because their whole argument is like kids are exposed to porn. And as I've stated, I go to a public library as a teenager back in the days of dial-up, and I downloaded adult mods for The Sims 1 as well as other things back when I was a teenager in a public library. Who's to say a kid can't do that now? And yet they're exempt from the act. The place you would think would require it. Schools are exempt. A place where, like, if a kid, what I was going with earlier, if a kid did not have access to a computer at home, you know, access was at school, you would think a public school and a private school would literally be required by law to monitor the kids' activity online on a public school computer, which is owned by the government. The local government, sure, but still the government nonetheless. No, they're exempt. School unions are exempt. It's always it's a private entity that's required. Which, sorry, the only way a private a kid can get onto a private platform is if the parent allows it. But that being said, I'm literally going to call it night because it is almost 3 o'clock. I do have to get some sleep. I want to shout out Special AT for the raid. I don't have ability to raid. Otherwise, I would, but maybe I can post a link for YouTube. Rumble, I can raid. So the 6 people on Rumble, if you stand by during the stream, I will definitely raid y'all. But let me see if I can find someone to kind of do an unofficial raid, as I like to call it. Let me see who's online and send y'all a link to raid. But if you stay right now, and if you subscribe to stay right now, what I'm going to point out is members who helped me get to 500, right? Their name is on a credits roster. They'll be forever immortalized as the flight to 500. So if you haven't subscribed, or if you see that you have but you don't see your name on it, be sure to let me know, because you might be under anonymous. Or you might, G Empress, yes, G Hammer Empress. She follows me. So I'm gonna put that out here for everybody in the YouTubes. Give me a moment. So, Brother Kyrie, yes, we're about to shut everything down. But so here's the G Hammer Empress. I'm gonna put it in the chat. But for those who want to see if your names are in the credits to the end credits, that'll be coming up. It comes really fast. If you haven't subscribed, it's not too late. I just need about 34 subscribers, and I'll appreciate it for the rest of my life. Hold on, I'm trying to type this. And here's the link. So if you do go over to her, say Lavistro unofficial raid. Everyone else on the Rumble side, I will be raiding y'all, giving y'all a raid momentarily. But thank you everybody for coming, and happy gaming. You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.